on displacement and housing and mass incarceration. Why is this so important? Can we get the slide?
Oh yeah, actually, never mind though. You can continue ahead.
Yes. As we continue to face systemic racism in development today, we are guided by the following values. We center those most directly impacted by health disparities. The legacy of racism has resulted in state-sanctioned early death of South Phoenix residents through food apartheid, mass incarceration, criminalization, and environmental racism. We center Black liberation and make visible the way racism operates in the development process. In solidarity, we hold a commitment to name the anti-Black violence and move toward dismantling the beliefs behind it, racial, economic, and gender-based. We center healing and transformation in our recommendations, in our requests, our considerations, and expectations for future development. Now, with a little help from some of our partners and friends, we will explain why we're here today. We're breaking down and disrupting the nonsense. And again, I say the nonsense of the South Mountain Village Planning Committee. Ronnie, I'll hand it over to you to introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ronnie. My pronouns are she and her. I'm here as a community member, but also as a representative of the Housing Initiative Project. And who's HIP? We are your neighbors advocating for your human right to housing. Believe that housing is a human right and all folks should have access to a safe home. We are members of the community, supporting the community while our elected officials willfully ignore the steady rise in evictions, the absence of affordable housing, and the persistent gentrification of the Phoenix metropolitan area. We center and uplift the most marginalized members of our community to shape an inclusive future for our neighborhoods. Prioritizing people over profit, housing should center the needs of our community members, our neighbors, not developers, never landlords, and never property owners. Yeah.
So I would like to ask you a couple of questions, Ronnie, and beginning with, what is South Mountain?
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like they're on agenda item 4 right now. Just wanted to let you know. So we'll just talk about, maybe we could talk about item 5 a little bit, introduce it while I set up the thing. Yeah.
So item 5 is the presentation and discussion regarding water management with the city of Phoenix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. The presentation and the discussion regarding water management within the city of Phoenix. And the Phoenix Water Service Department is proposing a water rate increase spread out over a 2-year period. Also, the rate change is supposed to provide funding for its resources needed to invest in rehabilitation and replacement of water pipes, treatment plants, pumps, reservoirs, and wells that ensure reliable delivery of the city's drinking water. Why is this an issue?
It's because I'd rather.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop us into the meeting right now so we can listen in.
Generally speaking, the city of Phoenix has a very robust and diverse water portfolio. What that means is that we have amassed an amount of water that is adequate to serve the entire city at build out for the next 100 years. It is from various sources, and so because of that, it's diverse. That's what we call it. That's why we refer to it as diverse. So going through that very quickly, we have supplies from the Salton Verde River. We have supplies that are entitled to us from SRP, because we're SRP, or the landowners in the green area you see on the box are in the SRP on project area. And so the water entitlements run with the land. They go with that land. We also have water in new conservation space, which we built at Roosevelt Dam in the 90s, and gate water on the Verde River, which is our additional water resources. Then in addition to that, we have Colorado River supplies that are conveyed through the Central Arizona Project, which you can see at that kind of blue line that sort of runs through the north part of Phoenix diagonal. And then in addition to that, we have groundwater resources that are available to us. We consider our groundwater resources to be our resource of last resort, because it's a finite supply, and once it's gone, it's gone. With that, I'll take the next slide. So this is a breakout of basically how we use water in the city of Phoenix. 58% of the water comes from the Salton Verde and SRP specifically. 40% comes from the Colorado River through the Central Arizona Project, and 2% of our water comes from the ground. And that's really primarily, to be honest, to keep our wells that we have available, and we really don't have a tremendous amount of wells, so that groundwater is again reserved for drought. Next slide. And this one's a little harder to see, but I wanted to talk a little bit about water use, because I understand that there were questions about water use. The water use across the city is approximately, by customers, is approximately the same. So what we looked at was the percentage of customers in a given village, and the percentage of water of the total that was being used in that village, and they worked out to be about the same. So they're approximately the same. However, I will say that customers who use more water pay for more water. We have a number of customers who are under what we call the customer the allowance mark. We used to call that the lifeline, and it's a base amount of water that you're entitled to simply by paying the basic fee for water services. And so about 40% of our customers in any given month fall under the allowance amount. And so they pay that fee. And that allowance amount, by the way, is about 4,500 gallons a month per household per meter. And for the summer months, it's about 7,500 gallons. I always talk in acre feet, and so I have to make myself speak in gallons. Our customer use, and that's what this is described in this chart, our customer use of water has declined 30% in the last 20 some odd years. And the reasons for that are a number of reasons. One is, as we like to say, that customers in Phoenix understand that they live in a desert and they have a culture of conservation. They understand water is a precious commodity and resource. There also have been a number of plumbing changes. So growth in the north part of Phoenix, new growth always uses the most efficient plumbing, and that cuts water use tremendously. But in addition to that, we've had a number of retrofits throughout the city, including some that have been assisted by the city in terms of toilet retrofit and fixture retrofit. That makes a big difference in conservation. And then finally, we've had really significant changes throughout the city of Phoenix in the last, I would say, 40 years in terms of landscaping. Because as you may already know, the largest water use in any given property is not inside your house or inside your business, but it's the landscape outside. And so what we have seen is a radical transformation through the city. And actually, if you could advance the slide, I'll show it to you. We've seen back in the 1970s, almost 80% of the single family homes in the city of Phoenix had what we would call a majority turf. So they were all grass. And over the years, we've seen a dramatic decline in that. This particular chart goes through 2014, but most recent data has shown that we're almost right under 10% of single family homes that still have a majority of turf. In some parts of the city, the northern parts of the city, the newer areas of the city, actually there are restrictions on how much landscaping you can have at single family homes. So their front yards, generally speaking, can't be turfed. So all of those things have contributed to the reduction in water use. But I think the important thing to notice about water use, about people consuming water is that the consumption of water certainly has a factor in the cost of water in terms of the rates that are charged. You know, how much water do we have to have? But ultimately, the kind of hidden secret is that infrastructure makes up the majority of the cost of running a utility. And having that infrastructure basically is not dependent upon how much water that's used. And so the bad news of that is that even when you use less water and your bill might not be as high, the cost to run the utility doesn't go down. It stays the same because infrastructure has to be in the ground, regardless of whether the pipes are full or whether the pipes are running with a little less than full water. So I hope that kind of explains some of the points I think that were presented to me that you might have had questions about, but I want to use the rest of the time that you would like to give me for any questions from the commission. Council.
Do we have any, we had a lot of questions last time. Thank you very much, Cynthia. To the village, if you've got a question, you can raise your hand or, oh, there it is. Marcia, go ahead, Marcia.
Yeah, my question is, what role does irrigation play in all of this? And is that factored into any of these statistics? The flood irrigation.
The flood irrigation. I was going to ask you to clarify whether you meant that. Flood irrigation in the city of Phoenix is only offered on SRP lands, so on project. It is usually handled directly with SRP. That water doesn't come through us. It goes directly with your agreement with SRP. And that's something that the landowner on project is entitled to under existing water rights that have nothing to do with the utility. So no, the direct irrigation or flood irrigation that you see on many properties, especially on projects, is not connected with utility use or even conservation.
Okay, thank you.
And we have a question from Trent. Trent?
Hi, Ms. Campbell. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that infrastructure for utilities makes up most of the cost. And I was thinking, as Phoenix continues to be developed further, is there a mechanism where the developers will shoulder some of that cost, either proactively anticipating the need for infrastructure or even retroactively tapping into the infrastructure that's already put in place by the city, benefiting from it, and then maybe paying the city back for the use of that infrastructure for their project?
Sure. And I'm really glad you asked that question. And at some point, I might have to ask Jim if he has any more to say about this, but I will offer what information that I have, because that's not my area of expertise per se. But I will say as new development comes in, generally speaking, developers are required to install the infrastructure at their cost and then dedicate it to the city. So while large infrastructure, large mains, our customers might be paying for, the some of the other infrastructure that's used by new development is paid for by development. In addition to that, there are impact fees that are assessed against new development, including a water resource acquisition fee for areas that are not on project, that are not in the SRP area. And that gives us money to help acquire new water resources for those sites as well. So there are contributions that are made with development that comes in.
Oh,
Jim,
great.
did I catch all of that? I'm going to take that as I guess yes.
Great. Thank you for the explanation and thank you for coming back. I don't see any other questions. But thank you again. So I know we have a full agenda, but thank you again for the time. And if we've got any questions in the future, we might ask you to come back, but please keep us posted with the progress.
We really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Wait a minute, we have one more question.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. So a question that was brought up last time was, how is the city of Phoenix thinking about its people during this pandemic, where people are more at home and people are losing their jobs? How is the city of Phoenix or the water department subjecting us to a water increase?
Sure. I will say that the city has just finished providing assistance to customers who were behind on their water bills to the tune of about $2 million. Part of that, I believe, came from general funds. So the city's been providing that assistance. Obviously, we haven't had any shutoffs during the pandemic. So those are things that we've done on an ongoing basis. Obviously, the rate increase is not in effect yet. And Project Assist continues, and I believe there's also money forthcoming. I think even the Councilman Garcia mentioned that there will be additional utility assistance coming in the new COVID relief.
Thank you. Oh, we've got another hand. We've got one more hand up and then I'll conclude.
Hi, thank you. This is Joe Larios.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I know that you said a lot of the costs that we are looking at is around infrastructure. And last time, I think the water department came to speak to us, we had talked about the history of lack of infrastructure investment in different parts of the city, namely South Phoenix, right? That these areas that have had a history of neglect in terms of infrastructure investment. And was wondering if, as a form of, say, like reparations, folks were talking about equitable investment, like in terms of how are we prioritizing areas that oftentimes get left out in terms of the renewed investment in the water infrastructure? Are we looking at where we're starting? And that was a suggestion that was made, but haven't actually heard anything back from the water management department about looking at those histories and really respecting the ways we need to make investments in infrastructure, especially important infrastructure, as a gesture to repairing some of these wounds of the past.
Sure. As to motivation, I don't know if I would speak to motivation as to why we do what we're doing the way we do it, but I will say this, that when we look at infrastructure and infrastructure investments in terms of the continuing maintenance and repair of infrastructure, we prioritize that based on the age of the infrastructure. So as you accurately pointed out, the south part of the city has the oldest infrastructure in the city. And so it will be prioritized in terms of infrastructure projects. I believe we now have a website where you can see in real time the infrastructure projects that we have ongoing at any given time at phoenix.gov/water.
Thank you, Cynthia, for your time. And
Yours.
any further questions, we'll ask you to come back.
Sure, I'd be happy to anytime.
Wait a minute, I have another hand up, Matt, and then we've got to go to the next item. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so in regards to Project Assist, and I can, save this till the end of the meeting, but I would love to hear more about Project Assist, maybe have a full presentation about it at one of our next meetings, because these, while these programs can be very beneficial, they're not always accessible. They tend to run out rather quickly. We've seen that with utility assist programs. So we want to know that they're actually functioning for the folks that need it, because as last meeting, we learned that in lieu of shutdowns, you plan on restricting water, which is still very harmful. So we want to make sure that the project assist that we're lauding as a solution is actually going to benefit the people that need it. So if we can have, folks come back to give us more about that, that would be great.
We'll definitely make a note of that and get you someone to talk about it. I know there are a number of people that would love to talk about Project Assist.
Great, since there seems to be an interest, and that's where we had a lot of our questions focused on last time. That would be great if you could, if there was a presentation you could send out to the village, send to Enrique, and we could distribute to the village members, and then at some later date, we can have you back or somebody from the department to discuss it. That'd be great.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again.
Stay safe. Stay safe. Okay, great. Now we will go to item number 6, Enrique.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have some staff from the Planning and Development departments that have worked on the South Central TOD Community Plan.
I'm just gonna unmute it for a second to let you all know that this is item number 6, which is, if you came with us last year, last November, we came to the actual South Central Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Committee. And the reason why we were there was because we know that the South Central light rail expansion will lead to the displacement of Black and brown people in South Phoenix. And so the people on this committee are supposed to make a policy document that promises and ensures that they will look at doing development without displacement. And I think a number of you were probably on the call with us, or the action that we did again in November of last year, where we told them that they need to engage with directly impacted people, Black and brown communities, to actually create this policy document. So yeah, we're just going to listen in on this, and if you can chime in as we go in the chat.
Be presenting the draft version of the document to get an overall feel of its content and how it's going to flow with that information. I will put a disclaimer out there that it's a draft version, so you will see there are places where there's placeholder text and images, and you might see a typo or two. So we ask for your patience as we continue to work towards the final draft. Next page, Enrique, please. So it's important to note that these efforts stem from previous transit-oriented development planning efforts, including the 5 original TOD districts from Reinvent Phoenix. 19 North and South Central corridor are the 6th and 7th respective TOD district areas. As you can see, the boundaries for the South Central corridor are between the 7th on the east and west, meaning 7th Street and 7th Avenue. The southern extremity is South Mountain Avenue, and the northern extremity will be the track south of the Union Pacific Railroad track south of Jackson. This extension will now connect the corridor to downtown and other areas of the city with convenient, reliable mass transit. And although light rail plays a major part in the community plan, these planning efforts go above and beyond light rail, capturing the community's vision over the next 25 years. So the document can be broken up into 4 major sections. Next slide, please. The introduction, which will include information about the plan, historic factors, what equitable TOD is, and the planning framework that was employed for the effort. That will be in the introduction. The current state assessment will then summarize existing condition report findings, best practice community investments, and the public outreach participation, capacity building, and steering committee involvement through the process. And then the third section will be the visioning. There we will discuss the corridor's position on rejecting displacement and what that can look like for the 4 unique sub-areas that make up the corridor. And the last section will be implementation. How will we get there? This section includes the measurable outcomes, strategies, policies, and 5-year action plan. And even though doctors don't understand it fully yet, the appendix will be in this document as well at the end, documenting several important information from a variety of sources. Next page, please. Okay, this plan articulates the community's vision for the future. What that means is, in order to be able to do that, we have to make sure that we acknowledge the history and we don't repeat it. That's made loud and clear through up and down this corridor, and that quote captures it beautifully from our vice chair in our COD steering committee. The next page, please. So the following spread will discuss historic factors of the corridor that have led to inequities and introduces the concept of equitable transit-oriented development, which seeks to enhance the quality of life for everyone. Next slide, Enrique. And the next one as well. Following those spreads, we will present the planning framework and the 6 elements. Here it's important to recognize that the 6 planning elements are interconnected with one another. Changes in one element are likely to have impact on the effects and conditions of the other elements. Active engagement from the South Central communities allows for a creation of this plan to be responsive to the specific needs and desires of this community. And it shows that the framework can evolve as conditions change around us. Next slide. The planning process can be broken down into 3 major steps. The who we are, into what we want to be, and how we get there phase. Each step had several activities along the way, including technical and community expertise. Next slide, please. In identifying areas of change, South Central took their own approach. It was important to use language that resonates with the community, residents, and local stakeholders to distinguish areas to protect from displacement. So the areas of change have been labeled as protect, enhance, and invest. Each with varying rates and scales of change. Next slide, please. A successful community plan must first listen and honor the stories of the community's past and present before being given the opportunity to grow a future together. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the who we are portion of the table of contents. And in that section, we will discuss the current conditions report. So the following pages will provide a brief summary of content that was extracted from each of those 6 planning elements in the existing conditions report. The complete report will be found in the appendix. It's also available currently online at our South Central COD resources page, but it will be included fully at the end of the document. On the right-hand side, we also introduced best practice community investment cards. These are also organized into 6 planning elements, and investment venue became a foundation for facilitating conversations with the community on what type of investment they wanted to see within the corridor. The investment menu will also be found in the appendix. Next slide, Enrique. Okay, so the following just shows the breakdown of the existing condition summaries for one key element. In this case, the example is land use. So you will see a summary on the left-hand side, along with some key infographics and pictures related to the element from the corridor. And the next page will show the investment menu that was available for each of those elements for that sub-area. For the element, and pictures that will showcase what those type of investment can look like. Next page, please. Public participation. This spread, we're still working on it. Our grant team is giving us some additional information on this, but it seeks to capture the outreach and involvement of the community, our steering committee, and the overall efforts over the last 3+ years. Next page, please. So the unique historic factors in the corridor did require a different approach for outreach. The next slide. That was a putting people first approach. And it also required different ways of listening. So this required our grant team to not just inconvenience the community by making the community attend and provide feedback at certain events. It required a people first approach, going out to the community and meeting them where they are at. There were workshops, and they were done in English and Spanish, but more importantly, there was also door-to-door canvassing. There was station location surveys where the locations would end up being, so you can get to talk to people that would actually be in those areas. And there was also all sorts of local business outreach as well. On the next slide, you can see some of the extent and numbers of those outreach efforts, including, again, over 7,400 doors that were knocked on and over 400 local businesses that were included for their input. Next slide, please. This page shows an activity that was part of the community participation. We will have the spread show all the activities of community participation, but for the sake of the draft and time, we're just showing this activity here where the community participated in prioritizing the investment. Next slide, please. Okay, and we're also going to have a section dedicated to our South Central champions, the South Central TOD Steering Committee. All the activities that they had to endure besides listening to me on a monthly basis. Next slide, Enrique. So the community's vision for a world-class regional destination that shares the culture, supports local small businesses, and improves health for residents of the corridor, all of that makes loud and clear. Next slide. That the South Central Corridor rejects displacement of their existing residents and businesses. So even though the community supports new development and new residents moving in, we must envision and protect the current residents part of that future vision. You will notice that the corridor can be broken down into 4 sub-areas based on unique features of environmental terrain like the Rio Salado. So the 4 areas we have in the corridor are North, Rio Salado, South, and South Mountain. And tonight we will be using the Rio Salado area as an example representative of how the other areas will be laid out. Next page, please. So each sub-area begins with a list of emerging themes from community participation and input. Next. Following that, we will see the protect, enhance, and invest map. The lighter areas are areas where slower rates of change and less intensity and change and scale are identified by the community. Those are the areas more deemed to protect. The dark purple areas are areas where the community supported areas of medium to high intensity. Next page, please. So following is a map that identifies the locations and lists the prioritized investments that the community selected for land use, housing, and economic development. So Rio Salado has the opportunity to reconnect the community through the largest open space found within the corridor. Next slide. So innovative green technologies can emerge over time, opportunities for housing, and new eco-friendly flex industrial. All of this can make the Rio Salado an innovation and cultural gateway. which is shown on the map on the right. And you can start seeing how mixed uses can show up in key locations. The next page identifies health, green systems, and mobility investments, and shows that the importance of short blocks and pedestrian connections are key to get to open space and to transit. Next page, please. Here we see future open space and the magnitude and power that's found in the Rio to connect people to nature and recreation. Next slide, please. So what you see here is the miracle of photography, 25-year time-lapse photo there. And you start to see how incremental growth can occur in the area. So along with activating the edges, infill will follow, and then complete neighborhoods. This is to highlight that change doesn't happen overnight. Even though it happens incrementally, it can make a difference over time. Next slide, please. So each sub-area will also display a view of the transit stop areas and what they can look like in 25 years, and keeping consistent with the protect, enhance, and invest map. Next slide. So transitioning the vision to implementation, it's going to require policy support, community involvement, collaboration, partnership, transparency, and accountability, especially if this plan is to serve as a living document. Next slide. So the vision to reject displacement is the guiding force in the implementation of the plan. The vision is feasible, but it's also bold and ambitious. So implementing the plan will require focus, efficiency, and organization. This will take multiple decades. It is a tool. This plan is a tool that will help facilitate collaboration, align policies, and coordinate actions across a multi-sector coalition of public, private, and non-private entities. So on the right, you can see how the emerging themes from the community workshop, along with what the community said they wanted and where they wanted it, helped to define measurable outcomes and help with creating specific strategies and action plans that are context-specific to the sub-area. And next page, please. So this spread will show the measurable outcomes and present them in detail. They are going to be providing a means of evaluating progress and informing any policy adjustments that may be needed over time. Next slide, please. So the Rio Salado area shows here that the prioritized investment helps to create these strategy cards across the 6 planning elements. So each strategy reflects the community's desire for context-sensitive growth and provides the foundation for more detailed policies and actions, again, in alignment with the larger corridor measurable outcomes and the vision to reject displacement. So here, in essence, we have the strategies, the emerging strategies based off of the input. Next page, please. Then we have the strategies, the policies that emerge for protecting, enhancing, and investing across each of the 6 different elements, and again, in alignment with the overall corridor strategies and the vision. And the next slide, please. Then we're going to have the action items listed out across the 6 planning elements, and these will serve to jumpstart implementation of the community plan as the area continues to grow. Here we can see that each action plan is tailored specifically for each sub-area. And in this case, these actions highlight that Rio has the advantage that it was identified as a community area that can support lots of change through adding housing and job opportunities and connecting everyone to the historic and healing factors of its natural resources in the Rio Salado. So in this case, you can see that the action items call for creative infrastructure tools and financing and collaboration with regional and state agencies. but not to just focus on the 5-year action plans and everything that happens post adoption. We also want to highlight the actions and activities that the community has been taking during this process to show that there are things that can be done to implement change even during the planning process, and that's what we're going to capture at the bottom of each of the 5-year action plans for the sub-area to celebrate those small wins that the community has already started advancing towards. Next slide, please. Okay, so this document will also require periodic revisiting and reporting. I forgot to mention that in the last page there. But outlined are the next steps in the process. We do have a targeted engagement event with local developers next week. Our steering committee is taking action on April 8th, and we will see you shortly after next month for action from you as a committee. So we anticipate the community plan to make it to council in June. Next slide, please. So as we work towards implementation and adoption, I leave you all with a question as you review the draft, and we will send that out later this week. And that question is, how would you like to use this plan? In your role as village planning committee member, how can this plan help you, and how would you like to use it? So with that, I'd like to go to the last slide, which has where additional information on this planning effort can be found, along with my contact information. So muchas gracias por su tiempo, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you so much. A lot of work has gone into it, so you can tell there's a lot of passion and also focus. I'm looking for hands. Greg, you have a comment? Can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've got about 5 things here. I was on that committee a lot, and let me just go through the remaining questions. Displacement is something that we talked about, but we don't really have a good plan for that. Displacement in the area is, we need about 1,000 units of affordable housing at about 30% of median income. Okay, for La Causa did a project, they didn't come anywhere near that. We tried to oppose it, different groups in that area. We were unable to do that. They're at 60% or more of median income. Okay, so displacement is still an open question. And on any kind of 5-year plan or something, we won't have to worry about displacement because the people will be gone. And that's unfortunate. Second item unanswered by the plan is the air quality in Central City South. Central City South has poor air quality for a number of reasons that are very specific. Now, if you do an air check, which they did of the area as a whole, okay, because air blends together, it comes out a lot better than if you happen to be near that freeway. And I think that that's still an unanswered question that we haven't got rid of. The outreach, which is great and was done very well, Petra Falcone, a lot of different people involved. The outreach was great. But if you try to match the outreach and what people wanted with the plan, we have a skeleton of a plan, and we have no means at all of implementing what at least a pretty good part of that vision was. People that were interviewed, not door knocking, talked to, they want to stay in their neighborhoods. We have no way of keeping them in their neighborhoods. And I think that is an unanswered question. Another thing that I think points to the problems that we have is one of the first projects to go in along the river bank at the southwest corner is warehouses. Okay, so here is the entry to the South Phoenix part of the project, and what originally everyone talked about was shops and mixed use and everything. It's now just going to be big boxes. Okay, and that's because it's zoned that way. So we've lost control of that, and I don't know how we get it back. By the way, the Rio Salado restoration area, which I worked on as well for years, okay, has the problem, and we knew at the time, and we're unable to get support for that, has the problem that the local input is that it's a negative asset. Okay, on the map, it looks great. And for the people that are doing, the Rio Salado reimagined, they think it's beautiful and it's great. The Audubon, we got a lot of birds, but the people that live there don't like it. They don't want to go in it. Okay, and the city of Phoenix needs to, surprise, surprise, spend some money promoting the river bottom and saying, you need to get in there. In other words, going to the park doesn't mean going to the Audubon. That park is huge, and we need to get into it, and we need to get into it a way that people aren't scared to get into it. And I guess that's all the comments I have, and unless you want more, but I think that's enough.
Thank you, Greg. I see Dr. Brooks's hand up, and then I'll go to Trent. Dr. Brooks?
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are very brief. I'm glad to see this report as Greg Brownell, and thank you, Greg, for the additional information. It's good to know that we do have this report being planned, because we have been asking for this data for quite some time. And now, since Greg has elaborated, there's still more work that we can follow to try and make that happen. But at least we have the words there as far as the rejection of displacement. Yes, we must know how. I didn't hear the term shared prosperity, but I see it going in that direction. I like the innovation hub that's going to be on the riverbank, and the green technology. Naturally, I'm all for that. But this is just the beginning plan. Now to flesh it out, as Greg suggested, and to make it real and useful for the residents that are there. I agree with Greg entirely on that issue. I have been to earlier meetings that wasn't on this particular plan, but on others, where the residents came and they were like, why are we doing this? And that must be fixed. And I end my comments. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks. Trent?
Thank you, Mr. Valencia. I have two, hopefully rather quick questions, and then I'll follow it up with a third. There was shown water in the site plan near the river. Are we going to have something like a Tempe Town Lake that's actually full of water, or is that just illustrative?
Elias?
Madam Chair and Committee Member Martuk, right now it's an illustrative master plan. So what it does is it attempts to capture and display one possibility of a future 25 years from now. That's still open to other renditions, as long as it provides those, again, priority investments that the community had identified. So it could be some sort of waterfront. It could be activated river frontages through other type of means. And that's just one rendering of one possibility.
Okay, thank you. And then actually, I'm just going to skip ahead to my other question to not take up too much time. Similar to Greg, the main concern I've heard about, and it's been echoed in your presentation, is the displacement. And Greg touched on the residents. I'd like to touch on the small businesses. We know the small business owners over there off of Central and in other parts of South Phoenix, they're friends. And one of their main concerns has been, can they survive the construction? Or will their land values, they'll be driven out of business, their land value be driven down, they'll have to sell cheap, and then someone will come in and redevelop and make money off of it and displace them. What's being done to protect the small business owners?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, outreach to local businesses was one major component of the initial outreach effort. And again, out of the 400 businesses that were contacted, there was over 100 and I don't have the exact figure right now. I know it was over 150 businesses decided to participate in an individually tailored business assessment plan. And through that, they were able to get services rendered to them that varied from website creation, marketing presence, techniques to help boost their visibility. A lot of these tools that were provided to them also helped to kind of leverage the playing field a bit, because even before construction came in, these were already things that they were in dire need of as far as a healthy business model. Now, not to say that the construction hasn't had some impact, but even greater than that, I believe, was the COVID pandemic that has just decimated businesses throughout. That's the corridor, but Phoenix in general, the nation. And so through our initial business assistance, I know that there are going to continue to be business assistance efforts through Valley Metro. And so these businesses that decided to participate are still in communication and can communicate with them for those sources. There's also small business loans that are being worked on to help with utility assistance also during the construction. And we can get you some more information on that from our grant team, our grant coordinator on the local business effort.
Well, thank you for that. So we look forward to additional information. I see 2 more hands. I'll go to Jennifer, then I'll go to Joe. Jennifer?
Thank you. So speaking to some of the similar points of my peers here, a report of Dr. Nelson of the University of Arizona in 2019, so of course all pre-pandemic, found that multifamily rent increases are expected within 2 miles around the light rail and have already been demonstrated with prior light rail locations, as well as to the business point, high cost residential that then moves into the area was shown to displace jobs up to a half mile away. We also know through prior light rail projects, for example, the Latino demographic in Eastlake went from 56% to 25%, as well as shown through the CPLC project, 50% of Black people would be unable to own and 40% would be unable to rent in the projects that we've looked at in this area, presenting that we're not just looking at displacement, but we're also looking at the resegregation of South Phoenix. So what does the city specifically plan to do to mitigate that harm in advance versus, 3, 4, 5 years down the line post the build?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, displacement is a very difficult topic to approach with just one approach. It does require more than just the city. It does require partnerships throughout a varying degree of capacities. But I can assure you that the city is doing its part with what it can do with the property that it owns. We are in close communication with the Neighborhood Services Department and the Housing Department. There has been property identified within the corridor, and one of the key locations on Central and Broadway has been identified for a near future RFP where we can incorporate a mixed income, including affordable housing opportunities. And, even though the city itself can't handle all of the displacement, we're going to do our part what we can with the properties that are available. So there are other tactics and strategies that can help to boost that type of product. As we know right now, developers also play a big role in manufacturing this housing. We do need mixed income housing, but we also need it to serve those that's been brought out. 2/3 of the corridor are beneath the 60% threshold. So what can be done to help them get attainable housing? So yes, we would like to provide housing opportunities that can keep the cost low, but it also requires efforts along with economic development for job skills training and promoting more jobs in the corridor to help provide better paying wages. We're also going to need to do health system improvements and green system improvements. By improving health, we can add to longevity of our residents, but also help reduce costs in other areas. So through reducing costs, generating more income, and trying our best to keep market conditions. Market conditions are one thing, but artificial conditions are another. By keeping those prices where they are not affected artificially, we can hope to win collaboratively here. But I do hear you, and there is a definite need and we're going to continue to work closely with all those departments and our community partners.
Thank you so much. And Joe, and then we'll wrap up here on this one. Joe and then Matt.
Thank you, Patty. Yeah, I think something that continues to come up is this question around displacement. And, you know, the critique I've always had of this report is that it wasn't actually equitable engagement, that it was pretty standard engagement. That, again, isn't to say that community in South Phoenix between the sevens wasn't engaged. I'm sure they were. But the problem is that we don't have any intentional efforts to those populations most vulnerable to displacement. And so when you have things that say, protect from what? And protect how? And those answers are going to be found by those closest to the problem, right? Because those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. And that is where this report thus far is in great deficit. Something I want to uplift is that I think when we think of those most vulnerable to displacement, there are a number of communities we still have yet to reach out to. One, when I think of displacement, I think of indigenous peoples, which is an ongoing issue here in Arizona. And I think what we do with the Rio Salado should be absolutely in conversation with our indigenous communities that are local, the Otham people, for what we do with that land, especially in needing to heal it from wounds of the city's past, which is why we have such bad air quality and brownfields in this area. Another community that comes to mind for South Central that we continue to talk about, but there has been no intentional effort for to be heard in terms of how to protect and protect from what, are those that get incarcerated and criminalized. We've had a number of folks come to our own TOD meetings talking about how police are part of what makes them unsafe, how we go about providing quote unquote public safety on light rail is an issue and actually does lead to people getting incarcerated and banished from their homes and from their jobs. And so that's another community that we should be thinking about. I also think about our rental community. We are in a moment where we know we are in an eviction crisis. We've known that for quite some time. Everyone from the federal government to apparently us is just seemingly kicking that can down the road. And so what is the intentional investments in trying to figure out how to protect renters, by talking to renters in the rental community and those that are actively working on evictions? And so these are the types of extra engagement that are still left to be done if we really want to do anything around preventing displacement. And we can't have a report that doesn't uplift those voices. And I know that there is work happening in the community without any of the financial support from the city or this federal grant to do that work. But we need to respect that's the major deficit to this plan. And we are going to have time in order to make this a full recommendation that allows all those dynamics to be seen and allows all the recommendations for how to protect and protect from what to be heard from folks most vulnerable to displacement.
Great, thank you, Joe. And guys, we don't want this meeting to last forever. I know that your comments are important. Fatima, you had your hand up. Do you have anything else to say? If not, then we'll wrap up here. We're looking for the packet of information and continuing this dialogue. There's a lot of work that has been done, but obviously there's still work that needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. I thought Matt had his hand up before me. I don't know.
Sorry. Matt, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see it. I thought it was off.
Yeah, thank you, Fatima. Can you hear me, Patty?
Yes, now I can.
Oh, thank you. So in regards to the findings from the outreach, I do agree that this is a pretty standard engagement, but what really bothers me about it is that this engagement was done after the fact. The light rail was already coming down. Just as Jennifer was saying, we need to see these things being done in advance. So we can actually have strategies and plans that we can actually implement, because essentially none of this is actionable. This is being presented to a body that zones and rezones all of these, parcels. We can't guarantee that any of it will be there. So to me, that's upsetting. I feel like it's a big letdown to all of the members of community that went to these events and were imagining, how much more beautiful their communities could be. But none of that is guaranteed from the city. Essentially, it's like if I ask my family, like, hey, do you want takeout for dinner? And they're like, yeah, you can have steak or lobster. And I say, well, I already got us Arby's. We're all going to have beef and cheddar. And that's essentially what is being done to community. Like, you can't promise that they're not going to lose housing and that we're going to still have these businesses. We have nothing to protect the tenants of these businesses. So like we talk about business owners, but we don't talk about the property owners for these commercial buildings that are chomping at the bit, ready to sell. We haven't even had that conversation. But it's so disheartening to hear us talk about these issues as if they're not interconnected as well. Elias, you mentioned like we also have to talk about health. We also like all of these things are interconnected. If we want to improve the health of folks in South Phoenix, access to housing will greatly improve our health, but they're treated as separately. And I think that's one of the follies of the city, is that we compartmentalize everything. So then we can't push anything forward. We can't make any big changes because it's like, no, we're not talking about that right now. We're only talking about this. It's like, but this affects this. We have to start building together and doing things that aren't just, I love seeing Lolo's Chicken and Waffles on a presentation. Like I love seeing people that I recognize in the photos, but I want to see them stay here in South Phoenix. And this doesn't, promise me that. So.
Thank you, Matt. And Fatima, and then we're going to end it with Cassandra.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to go back where I heard that the city is working to make housing affordable, but I think we have to ask ourselves, what does affordable even mean? And as the CPLC project has been mentioned previously, they said that their project is affordable, but to who? They did not use local median incomes, where in the 85040 area median income did not meet that requirement. And with that project being near the light rail and as it has been moved forward, even though we as a VPC collectively had many concerns about how this project will produce displacement and gentrification, and that they have refused to meaningfully engage with the community and local organizations. Right now, the CPLC has 61 unlawful evictions in total in 2020. So I'm really worried, and I'm wondering what policies is the city looking at to protect low-income renters? And maybe a suggestion could be, will there be rent caps?
Thank you, Cassandra. And I think these are questions that we have. We are not going to solve them this evening, but you can tell Elias that it's a very engaged group, and we'd love to have some feedback. You can send us the documentation in advance so we can have a meaningful discussion when you come back. With that, Fatima?
Oh, that was Fatima.
Oh, there was Fatima. Sorry. Cassandra, sorry.
No, I'll just keep my suggestion brief, because actually I resonate with what Fatima just said. But I think that this plan, I feel like it's just an umbrella of what things we should focus on. But I think rent caps would be a great solution that would, protect renters around the South Central extension, especially, just as Jennifer mentioned, cost goes up, the cost of rent, and this could also, support small businesses along the alignment if we were to implement something like that. So maybe in the next meeting, I'd love to hear some of the policies that are being thought about to be implemented in the short term rather than in the 4 to 5 year.
Great. And then we'll find out if Elias if that's not you or in this bucket, maybe somebody that does have that under their responsibility can come back to us. But I'm sure if we could take all evening, we'd have more comments. But thank you very much for coming in front of the village. We really appreciate your input, and we look forward to getting it in soft copy and also any other information you have to address the questions that we posed. So you can tell the vein of the conversations and the concerns that the members have. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you. And now, per what I had said earlier, we're going to jump to item number 9 and 10, which will be done together. And 9 and 10 is GPA-SM-1-20-8 with the companion case Z-35-20-8. Presentation, discussion, and possible recommendation on the request to amend the general plan land use map designation on approximately 17.27 acres located at approximately 340 feet west of the southwest corner of 40th Street and Southern Avenue with mixed-use agricultural to mixed-use agricultural and residential 10 to 15 dwelling units per acre to allow residential, including multifamily and other permitted uses in the mixed-use agricultural zoning district. And the Planning Commission will consider this request April 1st. If you all recall, we continued this from February into March. There was one meeting that Councilman Garcia facilitated. So let's see where we're at. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Enrique, for the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate that. Once again, Enrique Bojorquez Gagiola, South Mountain Village Planner with the City of Phoenix. And as you pointed, there is a correction here on the screen. The Planning Commission will hear this case on April 1st, 2021, not on March 4th. So with that, to proceed with the presentation, as mentioned, these are two concurrent cases, a zoning case and also a general plan amendment case. Both for the same property, approximately just over 17 acres, located near 40 streets in Southern. The existing zoning for the properties are S1 BAOD and also a portion zone C2 BAOD. We have those depicted here on the screen. You see that the C2 portion located on the northern portion of the site, closer to Southern Avenue. And you also see the S1 BAOD zone portion on the southern half, for lack of a better term, on the southern site. The proposed zoning by case Z3520-8 is to rezone the property to PUD and also keeping it within the baseline area overlay district to allow for residential, including multifamily, and also other permitted uses from the mixed-use agricultural zoning district. So before I proceed with further details of this request, I would like to take some time to acknowledge the history of the area. This first slide here basically depicts the first record that we have in terms of this property being subdivided. We know that there's other history as well that predates the quote unquote modern history. We do have to acknowledge that as well. But going off of the subdivision of the property in 1924, the Bartlett Land subdivision was created in part of 77 tracts by Mr. Harry E. Jones, surveyor. Following that subdivision in 1960, the property was annexed into the City of Phoenix from unincorporated Maricopa County, and shortly thereafter zoned to S1 under Ordinance G449. In 1997, a portion of the property, as mentioned before, a portion of the property along the north was zoned to C2 intermediate commercial following the approval of rezoning case Z-30-97, subject to stipulations. In the year 2000, the adoption of the baseline area overlay district, a regulatory overlay district, was approved, and thus we have the history in terms of zoning for the existing site. Here we have a summary of the baseline area master plan, which is a non-regulatory guiding document that we use for developments in this area. This document basically intends to promote development which respects and preserves the lifestyle in the area and to revitalize the baseline area. The one primary goal and also 6 objectives. The goal being promoting a balanced, high-quality development focused along Baseline Road that recognizes the unique character of the area and creates a positive image And we see here on the subject, on this next slide, the expansion of the baseline area master plan. We see that it ranges from Central Avenue to the west, Southern Avenue to the north. Also, you have the plan goes south towards the South Mountain Preserve and also east towards 40th Street. And we have that in the subject site indicated with the star on the on this map, which is designated the site as mixed-use agriculture. These right here are some exhibits from that policy document that were incorporated into this development. Specifically the PUD document, which is a regulatory document that is proposed. Next, we have an overview of the mixed-use agricultural zoning district. And although the property is not zoned MUA, it is designated MUA or mixed-use agricultural in the general plan land use designation. And the proposal is to keep that land use designation, but also to add a residential 10 to 15 dwelling unit per acre density on the subject site. The staff looked at a lot of these standards in order to provide comments and feedback to the applicant, and also the applicant incorporated many of these standards from the MUA zoning district. Next, we have the Baseline Area Overlay District, or BAOD, which is a regulatory overlay district that will remain with the land. And the PUD document does incorporate all of the standards from the BAOD zoning district. As mentioned in further detail, the 2015 Phoenix General Plan, they provided some guidance in terms of this development. Further details of that are located in staff reports. Also, some other policy documents include a tree shade master plan, complete streets, comprehensive bicycle master plan, zero waste Phoenix, and housing Phoenix, which are further by this proposal. Next, we have an exhibit that depicts the subject site. Once again, the location on the near the southwest corner of 40th Street and Southern Avenue. We have the location depicted by a star. We see several land uses in the area. Some of those land uses that we note here on the slide include a pharmacy, which is located adjacent to this development. Also, several services in the area around that intersection of 40th Street and Southern. We do see other services further south along Baseline Road and 40th Street. And also a grocery store and other services located approximately about a mile east on 48th Street and Southern Avenue. In terms of open space, we do see a public park, Seven Park, major open space feature in the area. And also we see several schools, including Awakening Seed and Neve Elementary, located in the area, as well as a fire station along Baseline. In terms of the proposal, as mentioned before, the existing site is designated as mixed-use agricultural, with the request to maintain the existing land use designation, but also add a mix of residential 10 to 15 dwelling units per acre. And once again, we have a definition here for MUA land use in the general plan. This will be the proposed change for the subject property. We have these side by side, as you can see, the existing and proposed there on the right-hand side, being a mix of residential 10 to 15 units per acre, and also maintaining that MUA land use designation. In terms of the zoning case, it's also concurrent with the general plan case, as mentioned before, proposes to maintain the zoning as PUD, BAUD, and also allowing residential, including multifamily and other uses permitted in the MUA zoning district. In terms of the PUD, so if for any new members and also members of the public who may first be hearing about PUDs through this hearing, the PUD or planned unit development is a zoning designation that's intended to create a built environment superior to what is can be accomplished through conventional zoning district. Conventional zoning district being C2, C1, 3, etc. And as noted before, the standards and guidelines from the regulatory overlay district, from the BAOD, cannot be modified via the PUD to be less restrictive. So they would have to, a minimum, meet those requirements from the BAOD overlay, since it's a regulatory overlay district. Now, as far as this particular PUD document proposed under Z3520-8 case, in terms of permitted uses, you can see on the first few pages, permitted uses include uses permitted under the MUA zoning district and also allowing multifamily as well. Accessory uses include MUA permitted accessory uses, and accessory uses are typically seen, by residential multifamily developments per section 608 of the zoning ordinance, and then also allowing temporary uses per the zoning ordinance requirements. So if we look at this proposed regulatory document, you will see that it does mention in the standards that if the site develops as multifamily with more than 2 dwelling units per acre, which is basically the cap in terms of residential units permitted in MUA, the PUD standards that are specifically outlined in this PUD will apply. If there's any other use that's developed on the subject site, besides that multifamily use with that density, it would follow the MUA and BAUD zoning ordinance regulations. And on this slide here, we have the conceptual site plan provided by the applicants. This conceptual site plan basically highlights that proposed site, shall it develop as multifamily as envisioned by the current development. You do see access to the site along the north, along the west, and also along the east, along 40th Street and also 39th Street. This PUD document does contain some regulations that limit building to 2 stories and 30 feet, with some further limitations to 1 story within proximity to the south property line, adjacent to the Bartlehurst community, and also along the east property line and the north property lines closer to Southern and 40th Street. There's also another section of the code that you will see that in the PUD document that allows for multifamily to be developed up to 11.2 dwelling units per gross acre. There's a maximum lot coverage of 35% permitted for structures on the subject site, with minimum building setbacks, including from 40th Street, Southern and South property line at 40 feet minimum. Next, we have access and circulation on the subject site. We just went over the access on 30th Street and 40th Street. We also have some pedestrian connections that are required per the PUD documents, internally, within the, but also externally, those perimeters, including 40th Street, 39th Street, Southern, and also that Walgreens pharmacy for convenience of those residents. In terms of open space and landscape setbacks, we do have this depiction here with some staff annotations on the image that basically show the 2 main open space areas, that being the green solid color shown there on the map. You also see a requirement of minimum 20% open space, exclusive of landscape setbacks. So that's in addition to a landscape setback. Also enhanced setbacks along 40th Street, Southern, and the south property line. And also including amenities, a list of amenities that are fully listed in the staff report. I believe in the PUD document. And then also open space areas, as I mentioned, previously located. And I will mention as well that the MUA in the baseline area master plan plant list are also required to be used within the landscape setbacks. So that will also further promote the adherence with the baseline area master plan and the character, along the exterior of the development. Next, we have the conceptual building elevations proposed by the applicant. We've listed several building materials that will need to be adhered to in terms of development. Some of the materials include stucco, stone veneer, wood braces, board and batten, also clipboard siding, and also incorporating elements for roofs, including pitch roofs, wood even overhangs, and also incorporating low-level lighting to respect the dark skies, but also any adjacent neighbors as well. So with that, staff will conclude the presentation. Staff does recommend approval of both requests. The first request being the general plan amendment for the staff recommendation, and the second request, a PUD case 3520, subject to the stipulations presented in the staff report. We'll briefly summarize them here on the slides as well, just for the ease of the meeting here. So once again, this would be per the January 22nd, 2021 PUD narrative. And here's some, requests to update, clarify, edit several aspects of the PUD, mostly just related to the text. And also several stipulations that pertain to the traffic impact statement having to be submitted to the city of Phoenix and having to be approved basically prior to the preliminary site plan review of the site, and also stipulations 3 and 4 pertaining to 1 for VNAE access easement, and also having to do adjacent street improvements, followed by number 5, disclosure of agricultural uses in the area, 6 and 7, disclosure of the airport, having Phoenix Sky Harbor located several miles north of the site, and also if any archaeological materials are discovered, also some guidance on that. And in the last set of slides here, we do have some comments that were provided by committee member Bushing that have been shared with the committee. I've just highlighted some of those proposed stipulations or changes for this PUD. And also a general summary of comments that have been and feedback provided by the VPC during the 2 information sessions, both in November and also August of last year. And you can see also the different colors. We show elements that were completed, and also elements that were partially completed, that being the yellow, and then the red elements that were not modified ultimately with this latest version of the PUD. So with that, thank you for your time. I know I went through somewhat of a lengthy presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have or invite the applicants for their portion of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was thinking that we should have the applicant present, and then we can do questions. I'll go around the table on all the committee members so we can address it. Lee, do you have a question that needs to be addressed now?
Let me get on mute. All I was going to suggest is I can't understand Enrique's because his volume is going up and down on me. It's muffled at sometimes, and then there's other times he's coming in loud and clear. So,
Enrique, try to speak try to speak directly with no papers in front of you, directly and loudly into the microphone going forward.
Thank you,
Lee. Thank you, Lee.
Absolutely, thank you.
With that, we'll go to the applicant, and after the applicant, I'll just go alphabetically to the village members to ask questions of the applicant or the city, and after the village has an opportunity, and we'll try to keep it to 1 to 2 minutes per village member. And I'm going to ask Tamala to, when we get to that point, to be the timekeeper. And after that, then we'll go through the public comments, and then the village will get a chance to ask questions again, and we'll go round robin. So with that, go ahead, Jason. The applicant, we can't hear you.
Yes, I believe staff will proceed and assign Mr. Jason Morris as a participant and unmute his device. Jason Morris, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and village members. I assume you're able to hear me now.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right. Good evening, and I'd like to thank Enrique for the very thorough report, and also want to point out that he has done an incredible task in putting this application together and directing the applicant as to the improvements that need to be made. And I appreciate all of staff's recommendations, which have been incorporated into this application. Madam Chair, I'm going to go through this and address both the general plan and the rezoning application at once, with your permission.
Yes.
And with that, I'd also like to point out that the application that's in front of you this evening stands before you with a staff recommendation of approval, and that was not always the case. This applicant has worked tremendously hard to gain that recommendation of approval, and in doing so has created an application that I really believe pushes the boundaries in many, many ways in terms of not having the status quo dictate the types of applications that occur within South Mountain. And I hope that you'll find that in the application. As we move forward, if we could go to the next slide, just to give some perspective, we're talking about the intersection of Southern and 40th. And as you're all aware, this is an arterial to arterial intersection. It also, as we've seen from the exhibits that Enrique provided, it is the far northeast corner of what that baseline area overlay covers and where the mixed use agricultural comes in. So we are at the edge, which is why we are looking at a transitional use. Our application really represents the transition between the uses that are surrounding this property and what both staff and the applicant believes is the proper transitional use of the 17 acres. And as you can see from this exhibit, we're surrounded by industrial designations to the north, commercial at all four corners of the intersection, more traditional densities to our east with single family, and more rural residential to our south with the Bartlett Hurd neighborhood. Next slide. This is another perspective of that same intersection, but it also shares with you the types of zoning categories that we are talking about. I think it's very easy to get lost in the idea that this is just a mixed-use agricultural property, but the reality of the situation is that we're on Southern Avenue with approximately 12,000 trips and 40th with 7,000 and 8,000 trips southbound and northbound. So we're talking about significant traffic that exists today. We're within transit and bike corridors, but we are surrounded by a variety of different types of uses, and that is why we're looking for an appropriate transition on this parcel. Next slide, please. These next slides that I'm going to show you, this one and the next one, give an indication of that intersection. I can't emphasize how important it is to understand the context of our zoning request and why the land use experts that the city has hired are recommending approval of this application. As you can see, this is a very traditional setup in terms of a commercial and multifamily existing intersection. Next slide, please. Complete with gas stations, C-stores, other commercial uses, and quasi-industrial uses. All that would be actually a light industrial use in the upper right-hand corner to give you an idea of what exists there today. And then the Walgreens, which is the out parcel to the parcel that we are considering for rezoning this evening. Next slide. Also, in terms of the appropriateness of the land use, and this is really the general plan conversation, is what is there today on this general plan? And this illustration, again, shows you large box industrial uses. Immediately across the street from us is one of the larger industrial undeveloped parcels that will be developed as an industrial use. We have commercial designations both east and west of this property, as well as across southern to the north and the northeast. And what we're looking for is that transition, as the staff report points out, from a single family residential subdivision to the south and the heavier commercial uses to the north. Next slide, please. A little bit of zoning history, Madam Chair. This site was under common ownership, but ultimately there was a request now some 24 years ago to do a commercial redevelopment and a rezoning case on this site. So approximately 10 acres were included in a rezoning by the developer at the time, not the property owner. And the developer was successful in landing Walgreens as a user on the hard corner, but no other commercial was developed at that time and has been developed since. Meaning, although that property has been offered for commercial development over the years, for the past quarter century, there has not been a commercial user who is located at this site, largely because the commercial, as you're aware, has been focused on Baseline rather than Southern. And as we see from the next slide, that subsequent zoning cases to change the zoning on this property have similarly been unsuccessful due to pushback from the neighborhood. Our last case that I'm familiar with was a PUD attempt that had both mixed-use agricultural uses and some commercial, and that was not supported by the neighborhood and ultimately withdrawn. Next slide. little bit about the MUA, because I know that has loomed large in the consideration of this as we've discussed it in front of the village before. In terms of the history and the feasibility, roughly 773 acres was designated as MUA about the same time the initial rezoning that allowed commercial on this property was approved. As you can see, there were large swaths of MUA, and right now, as we look at what exists today, it is not what would typically be considered an MUA parcel. It is a vacant parcel surrounded by development that does not have agricultural uses placed upon it. Next slide, please. And as we look at that MUA, there are a few things that are worth noting. First of all, even at the initial MUA hearings, there were concerns, and these concerns were echoed in the staff report, that this designation would stand in the way of further development of the area. And as a result of that, we have not seen true mixed-use agricultural uses developed since the time of the initial MUA designation. And while my office and other offices have been part of MUA cases, those MUA cases have all been some version of MUA that is adapted to the development features and development standards of today. They are not the MUA as the code dictates. Next slide. And I think what the next slide will talk about is, in fact, the MUA, if that category was designated on somebody else's property today, would actually be illegal. It would be considered a down zone of the property. But more importantly, from a practical matter, these MUA designations and zonings have made it difficult to develop and have resulted in some vacant properties being left long term, such as this one. Next slide. We started out with a site plan, Madam Chair, that we shared with the village on a couple of different occasions, and we were given direction at that time to go back and to make some changes to this site plan. There were some concerns about the centrality of the open space. There were concerns about the density, the limited amenities. There were also concerns about the MUA standards and how those would be enforced. As we look at the initial site plan, we see that there was less of a buffer on the southern side, and there was parking up against 40th Street rather than a landscape setting. So the applicant, over the months and with direction from staff and from the neighborhood input, has made changes, as we see in this next slide. And what we see today is a lower density. Units have been lost, and those have been lost largely to open space. The open space has been increased significantly. The buffer to the south, adjacent to the larger lot residential, has been increased at the request of that neighborhood. We've also changed the look and feel from both Southern and 40th Street to make sure it's a landscape setting, that we're not looking at parking lots. The parking is now internally activated. We've enhanced the amenities, and overall, it is a smaller, lower density project, although, as we'll hear from the neighborhood, I'm sure, not low density enough. But as we look at where we stand in terms of what the city of Phoenix reviews in density, this is at best a medium density project, which is appropriate given the transition from the higher density and the more intense industrial uses and some of the commercial at the intersection to the lower density single family. Next slide. The general plan, as staff pointed out, we are proposing to keep the mixed-use agricultural standards. And despite what you may hear, we are very much in compliance with the baseline area overlay. Next slide. Also want to discuss some of the things that we have done from a community standpoint. I want to share with you what I believe are some of the unique features, Madam Chair and committee members. This project has been an education for me because, frankly, although I've been doing land use for some time, I recognize that land use cases are about more than just the land use, and this is a perfect example. This is about how we make a project appropriate for the community and what can be done beyond just the bricks and mortar of a project to make it appropriate and to make it blend within the community and support the general plan. And in this instance, it's not only offering new multifamily and really doing so in a different variety of multifamily. These are homes where no one's living above you or below you. You don't have to worry about having your own yard because you have your own yard. These are single family rentals that allow you to have your own home. So it is a move up from a traditional apartment, but it's also the perfect lifestyle for those who may not, for whatever reason, either by choice or otherwise, want to commit to a single family residence and a mortgage. They are also integrated into the community in a way that I have not seen in the past in terms of the development team and the ownership has committed to providing 3 units, for example, at a reduced rent, a 50% rent, for certain segments of the village, such as single parents or medical frontline workers, formerly incarcerated, and the South Mountain teachers, to ensure that this is a project that is not meant to displace, but is actually meant to be inclusive. And again, this is something that we typically don't see in land use, but it's also a nod toward the fact that if you're going to come into a community, if you're offering housing choices, try and make those housing choices for the people who are living within the village, and that has been our focus. We're also offering management alternatives to traditional background checks for potential renters to be a different project for a village that demands a different standard. And frankly, we're actually educated as a result of some of the community outreach that we've done, and we're thankful for it. Next slide. Beyond just the prosperity, it's also about environment. And this is important because frankly, this property is not conducive to the benefits of South Mountain as we sit today. It is a vacant lot that requires cleaning, that is adding nothing to the community. It is not adding value in terms of taxation or tax base, and it's certainly not adding commercial or residential options, despite the amount of time that it's been on the market. We're talking about a quarter of a century of non-development, despite having tried to develop this property over time. Next slide. In terms of health, one of the things that we have been educated about is the need for a community garden and the option for residents to grow vegetables and fruits and herbs. But it is more than just what we're offering, because frankly, anyone can do a community garden, and those have become almost something that's expected within the South Mountain Village. But I can say 2 things about this effort. One, we're committed to more than just the garden. We're actually going to be teaching our residents the use of the garden. And this is not something that is going to solve a food desert in the village, but it will work for our community and the community that we're creating. But more importantly, we're creating rooftops. And those rooftops will result in commercial acknowledgement of this area. Right now, one of the things that we have heard long-term in terms of the health of this neighborhood and what South Mountain is looking for is the ability to have commercial restaurants, doctor's offices, things within an easy drive. One of the reasons that South Mountain has not seen that at the same rate as other villages is because of the lack of rooftops and the lack of housing options, which hopefully we will be a part of that solution. Next slide.
And Jason, you're running long here. You got a couple more minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We've already covered the general plan goal and policies, and frankly, I think Enrique did an excellent job of talking about why this is that ideal transition and why are they supportive. Next slide. Again, this is something that is a farmhouse design with ample open space and abiding by those baseline overlays that we have heard is important not only to the village, but also to the neighbors. Next slide. Again, I've referenced the community garden, so we'll go to the next slide. This is not just a matter for this agenda item, but frankly, Madam Chair and committee members, we've heard about the lack of housing, and we have heard about the lack of housing in Phoenix and this village. So this is addressing that issue, and it's a needed type of residential that doesn't exist today. Next slide. Madam Chair, this is probably one of the most significant slides, and I believe I only have one other. I do want to talk about the support, because it's very easy to believe when you hear from those who may live on larger lots to our south that there is no support for this, and that their acreage and their vast estates are not supportive of seeing a medium density case in this area, despite the fact that staff supports this transitional use. But as you see from this exhibit, we have ample support in our neighborhood. We have, in fact, support who live much closer to the project along 40th Street and east of this project that want to see this type of development and are tired of seeing a dirt lot adjacent to their home. Next slide.
And then wrap up, Jason. Thank you.
Next slide. I'll skip the community outreach because I think the speakers can address that, but my last slide is really what I want to get to. This is the slide I'd like to close with. Madam Chair and committee members, we're going to hear lots of reasons from again, those on larger lots why this is inappropriate, despite the fact that staff has outlined very well why this is the perfect use and why this does preserve the mixed-use agricultural feel. And you'll hear about traffic, but I want to point out that the proposed use is less trips per day than commercial or office, which is already zoned on this site. You're also going to hear about our compliance with the baseline area overlay district. We are in full compliance, as the staff report points out. We have incredible support from the community. We have mixed-use agricultural compliance that we have gone around and around to ensure is long-term on this property, and understanding that mixed-use agricultural means more than just a farm. And lastly, the land use itself. This is that perfect transitional use between incredibly intense uses surrounding us and the lower density to our south. And that is why we stand before you with support from the community and from the zoning staff, as well as the fact that other cases have failed on this property despite offering other uses. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions you or the committee may have.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation, Jason. It's appreciated. I'm going to go through the list of the village members. We've got most of us in attendance. I'll start just because I'm looking at the list here. I'll start with Tamala Daniels, the vice chair, and then I'll go to Matt Aguilar alphabetically. So Tamala, any comments? And Tamala's going to keep time. We're going to try to keep this to 1 to 2 minutes, and then we'll go around again if we have to. So with that, Tamala, you get to keep time, but you get to start off.
Well, first, I would like to say, I think this is a beautiful. Think that it's been selected.
We can't hear her.
You got to get closer, Tamala.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No, you got to put it louder.
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. So within this project, I love the look, the feel, and all the amenities to the project. Unfortunately, I think it's just not right for this corner. It would be a beautiful community between the 7s and the 7s that we're actually looking for to add to that community and the overall feel of South Mountain.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, before I make any comments, I was wondering, in the interest of time, would we be able to actually hear public comments first? That way we avoid giving comments, hearing from the public, and then giving more comments before going to discussion?
We can, if we want to do that, I don't have a problem, unless there's an objection, a hand raised. Marcia, your hand's raised. Is that what you were going to mention?
I wanted to ask a question. I thought we were only asking questions right now.
We were going to ask questions of the applicant. So yeah, we'll save our comments, Matt, till later. So let's see if there's any questions of the applicant, then we'll go to the public, then we'll go round. Go ahead, Marcia.
Mr. Marsh, you included in your presentation a number of things that I have not seen in the narrative, including such things as granting half rent to certain people and free applications to other people. Are you willing to include all the items in your presentation into the narrative so that they become binding on you?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Bushing. Absolutely.
Okay, then Enrique, would you start making a list of all of those that needed to be included in a motion to include in the stipulations, please?
Madam Chair, Committee Member Bush, just for clarification purposes, would this be in reference to the elements regarding rental units and also application fees being waived, along those lines that were just being discussed?
Well, the tension on prosperity was certainly a key one that appeared to have a number of things that was not in the narrative. The providing 3 units, the waiving application fees, offering alternatives to background checks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee Member Bushing, thank you for that clarification. Certainly under the request. However, I would mention that in terms of the limitations that we have for zoning and land use, those are things that unfortunately cannot be enforced. Certainly the city could enforce things like design, other aspects of buildings like setbacks and other elements like land uses. But these features are unfortunately outside of the scope of the zoning process.
So I thought. Thank you.
All right, Gene and Greg, do you have questions or
Yes, Gene, I have a question of the applicant.
Okay.
I just have a question as well.
Okay. Gene,
the south half roughly of the property, immediately to the west is an equal space that has the same S1 zoning right now. Is that, well, why wasn't that included in this development? And 2, we have future plans of expanding this idea to that area. Because I noticed the way the streets are laid out, would be real easy to expand the project into that area.
Madam Chair and Committee Member Holgren, we were not able to include that, and we had not contemplated including that because that is not property that we own or control.
Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Purchase in the future?
Unfortunately, it would be on the other side of the residential street. So while I think there's an opportunity to make that work, frankly, I'd be delighted to have an approval on the project that's in front of the village this evening. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but certainly if this was something that could be viable on other property, it's something that could be considered in the future.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you, Jason. Greg, you have a question?
Hi, Jason. How's it going tonight?
Always good to hear from you, committee member.
Yes. I just wanted to know how your nose is doing. Is it growing quite a bit, or is it still in the same shape it was at the beginning of your presentation?
We're going to be civil, Greg.
I think that was civil. Listen, Jason.
Is that your question, Mr. Brownell?
Yeah, it was a good one, I thought.
About the project.
Here's a question about the project. If it was MUA, why would you need a PUD? And why were you completely unwilling to negotiate with the community on the C2 and on the S1? And by the community, I mean the people that are directly adjacent to it. So you would think that given that that community has been there longer than a lot of these committee members are old, that you would take into account or want to negotiate with them, what's happening in that property. And as far as I know from that entire community, you never did that. And I just wondered why. So that would be one question. And I think my next question really goes to something that Mr. Matthew Egler brought up about the properties between 7th Avenue and 7th Street, and something you mentioned in one of the community meetings is if there is no, if zoning means nothing. In other words, if you can just change zoning at will, okay, what is the point of having any plan? If you could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brownell, I appreciate the questions, and let me be direct with both of the answers. In terms of the community to the south, I think they are an incredibly important aspect of how we do land use planning and what their impact should be and what their input should be. That being said, they are not the only community to which we are responsible. And as I showed in our exhibits, we have significant support from other aspects of the community directly adjacent to our property or on the other side of 40th Street. And while the Bartlett Herd neighborhood is incredibly important and largely why we offered our most significant buffer adjacent to Bartlett Herd, so their lifestyle would not be impeded, their pedestrian access would not be impeded, their privacy would not be impeded, and we actually put great effort into ensuring that there are single-story homes adjacent to them. I would say we went out of our way to ensure that Bartlett Herd was not only recognized, but attended to in terms of our design. It's largely why we were able to get staff support, because they're very cognizant of the needs of Bartlett Herd. Again,
the question, Jason, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm going to address.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Jason, but the question was, why didn't you actually negotiate with them? You told them what you were going to do, okay, but you didn't actually ask them what they wanted or negotiate on the existing zoning. That was the question. Why were you unable to do that?
Mr. Brownell, it's typically not productive to ask somebody what they would like to see, because oftentimes the answer is a park or a Trader Joe's. In terms of negotiating, I think the councilman did an extraordinary task in asking that this case be continued so that we could sit down as a community, virtually, unfortunately, to discuss what would be appropriate. And at that time, the community that you're referencing, the community to the south, decided that their offer of negotiation was to allow 17 or 23 units on the entire property, which unfortunately isn't a negotiation. It's somewhat of a line in the sand that obviously couldn't be met and is wholly inappropriate from a zoning standpoint. So in terms of negotiation, we have done everything that we can and we think is appropriate to design something that works for this community, all four sides of our property. But in terms of the community to the south, your neighborhood to the south, Mr. Brownell, I don't think it's reasonable to make every house look like the house that you live in and make every house look like Bartlett Herd. That's not productive for the community, and the status quo becomes a very NIMBY approach to land use.
Thank you, Jason. We've got a lot of hands here, so I know this is going to be a lot of stuff. And we're talking questions right now, and we'll do comments after we hear the public. So I see Pastor, I'll do Shelley, then Tawana, then Joe, and then Trent. Shelley?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Listen, I was listening to the comments that were made about the MUA and the land use. And one thing I kind of hear from you, Mr. Morris, is that big bank will beat the little bank. And I think that's been going on, and it's very inappropriate for a community that even the city has taken advantage of the poor, and I wouldn't say disadvantaged, But in Scottsdale or North Phoenix, you wouldn't be able to do this and say you're complying with the community. And one of the other comments I have and question is, why do you need a buffer to buffer the neighborhood? You act like this community needs to be protected from the community that's already there. And that's one of the things that I look back is a real, I want to say prejudicial or prejudice, or however, I may have the wrong words, but it looks really bad that you would have to put a new community in and protect it from the old community. And that's not, in my book, working with the community at all, but saying, hey, we're better than you or we're worse than you. So how do you address, these comments that I've just made?
Madam Chair and Pastor Smith, I really appreciate the observations. I want to make sure I understand the observations because in the first instance, in terms of the type of development that we're offering and we're suggesting for this site, it is frankly something that I have worked on. I've worked on various similar projects in the jurisdictions that you reference, whether it's the East Valley or the West Valley or North Scottsdale. Certainly, this is something that
even in Scottsdale, excuse me a moment, I hate to cut you off, but you say you worked on them. Could you give us an example of an address or something so we could reference it?
Certainly. In fact, this particular developer has done a very similar project in Tremonto master plan in North Phoenix, which I think meets the standards of the type of development that you're looking for and that you want to see. And I want to assure you, Pastor Smith, this is not something that is specifically lesser than or designed for a demographic that is not appropriate for every part of the valley. It's one of the things that we really pride ourselves on with this type of development is that you are going to see a mixture of age, you're going to see a mixture of demographics, you're going to see a mixture of income. The one commonality is that the people who reside in these communities typically reside in these communities long term. So, and I'm happy to bring you to some of the examples that I'm citing so that you can see this is not merely a South Mountain project. As to the second comment, because I think this is even more important, the buffer, it's interesting that would be something that we're criticized for. To some degree, it's difficult to bring a project forward and not be cognizant of your neighbors. And I think what we've just heard from Mr. Brownell is that there isn't enough of a buffer. And what I feel like I'm hearing from you is that if it needs to be buffered, why are we putting it there? It certainly puts us betwixt and between.
I didn't say anything about that, Jason. Don't put words in my mouth. Okay, I didn't say we needed more of a buffer. I didn't say anything like that. Sorry, Patty, but I can't listen to him, tell those kinds of lies on my behalf. I didn't say anything like that, remotely like that. This is recorded, play it back. Sorry.
Let's be civil here. We all have a point of view. All right. So the next person, Tawana, you had a question? You had your hand raised? Or was Matt next? Matt, were you next? No. Okay, Tawana?
Yes, I do have a question. Good evening, Mr. Morrison. On the presentation, it noted 3 units for single parent medical frontline workers, formerly incarcerated, and South Mountain teachers. Is that 3 units per category, or is that 3 units total for those different folks or different families, I should say?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Committee Member Ray. That is 3 units total. They would be not necessarily the same units, but at all times there would be 3 members of the community from those distinct areas that would be subject to an application for reduced rent.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask my question later. All right, and then we had Jennifer. Do you have a question? Okay, the next one was Trent. Go ahead with your question.
I was just curious, what specific aspect of the Phoenix housing plan is being invoked or implemented through this proposal?
Madam Chair, Mr. Marchuk, rather than going through the entire housing plan, what I would direct you to is both the lack of housing and some of the comments that were made in the staff report itself. I thought that handled not only the housing plan, but one of the things that Enrique did particularly effectively in his presentation that I didn't belabor in mine is that there are actually 7 different plans which could be implicated on this property. And this application actually addresses all 7 of those plans, not just the housing plan, but the baseline area overlay, the transit plan, some of the landscaping plans. I think he did a very good job of addressing all of those as part of this application.
Thank you for that response. I'd like to ask that it be noted in the record that Enrique has shared with the neighbors that no aspects of the Phoenix housing plan is invoked or satisfied through this project. So I think that should be noted. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to let the public speak.
I have a couple other questions. One other question is, your 251 support signatures, Mr. Morris, would you state your reputation on their veracity, their completeness, and the fact that those neighbors are still in compliance and agreement with this plan?
Madam Chair, Mr. Marchuk, I'm not quite sure what you're implying with the question, but I'll answer it in this way. I've been doing this for 25 years, and I intend to do this for a much longer period of time, and I intend to be in front of this village many more times in the future. So if you believe that I'm somehow submitting information that is inaccurate, incorrect, or untruthful, please let me know. Obviously, I work as part of a large team, and we rely on that team to do all of the things that are part of an application. If you're asking me if I have met every one of the 251 individuals and the 10 businesses that signed on behalf of this and support this, I would say no. I spend much more time in my office than actually out in the community. But fortunately, we have very good people that we rely upon to work within the community to make sure we have that support.
So, so I understand. Presenting a number like that and a representation such as that in front of this body, I understand that you're not personally gathering information, but as the mouthpiece and the representative of that information, you have gone through some level of diligence to ensure that number is accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that would reflect on your reputation and perhaps throw other aspects in question if that was found out not to be entirely true. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true, Mr.
Okay.
Marchuk.
Thank you.
All right. We've gone through. We're going to go through the public comments now, and then the village is going to come back, and we're going to make our go round, and I'll go alphabetically, and we'll have more questions, I'm sure. But let's give the public an opportunity to speak. We'll give them 10 minutes as well. They have I think we've got a presentation as well. So I'll turn it over to, and I think you've got minutes given to you as well, correct? And so I'll turn it over to you, Enrique, to have the public speak.
Excuse me, real quick, Chairman Trites, or Chairperson Trites. You said somebody has a presentation?
The opposition has a presentation. We're gonna see it here in a second.
This seems odd. This isn't something we've done before. Why is this different?
We saw this, last time, and I think we saw another one last year as well. This is like the third one, Matt, and they asked if they could present something and take each other's time. I didn't have a problem with it. They asked for it.
It just seems odd. I don't recall any, providing a presentation for somebody to oppose other than public comments. In the past, when we had in-person meetings, when we had a group that was together, we asked that they consolidate it to one,
Right.
comment or one, this seems different. It's odd. Like, why are we prioritizing this group?
Oh, we're not. That's fine. They could speak. I don't have a problem. They can all speak. I was treating them the same. I thought I had done this before. I think I've done it twice before, but that's okay.
You did last month or the month before as well.
That's okay. That's all right. This group is no different than any other group, Matt. So we've got several people that are willing to speak. So we'll go with the public, and Enrique, go ahead.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I just wanted to say this has not happened often, but it is a process that we have used over the years within the South Mountain Village Plan Committee. We don't see it done, but it is not unusual.
Tamala?
I agree.
As the vice chair, and it is very true. Over the last 8 years, when we have large communities that have lots of comments, they will usually choose someone to speak on their behalf, and they will transfer their minutes that they would use individually, so that the one person can present for them.
So does that mean the opposition only has one? They're only going to go once?
Well, it all depends, because they have, I don't know how many people have given their minutes to that person. Enrique, can you tell me that?
Yes, Chair, out of the names that we see here on the screen, the majority of the individuals that have their names grayed out, except for one individual, have donated their time to Ms. Patty McKinstry. We did have one other individual donate his time to Mr. Robert Underwood. And then we have Ms. Claudia Hammonds, who will be speaking on her behalf. We do have a total of 3 speakers here in opposition.
Okay, so that's where I thought. That's where my conclusion was. About 10 minutes. They're going to do a presentation. So Patty's going to speak for all the ones that are grayed out, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22 people. So we're going to try to keep it at 5 minutes, which is what we did last time. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tamala. I think we gave them 5 minutes to do their slides, and then we'll go to Mr. Underwood, and then Mr. Underwood gets about 4 minutes, and then the other person that doesn't have anyone to speak for just gets the one speaker. So we'll be concise, and we've done this before, but thank you very much, Matt. That's a good question to ask. So we clarified it. They're no different than anyone else.
One real quick question. Are we giving that same opportunity to people that support? Like, will they have slides, a full-on presentation?
If they wanted to, we have a list of people that support it, so they will each get an opportunity to speak as well.
Okay. Yeah, because I've never seen slides from public comments. That is different. That's absolutely different.
It's just that you haven't been present for one of those
Yeah, it's happened before. It's happened before. I was asked to speak at a different village once, and I presented for them, but outside of my village role here. So it does happen occasionally, but we will give the same amount of time. Everybody gets 2 minutes, which is per the city for the support side. So we've got a list of people there too. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off here, in the speakers on this case, we have Ms. Patty McKinstry. Ms. McKinstry, can you hear Sam?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Can you see me?
We can see your slide. See,
Oh, you can?
yes.
Oh, okay, the slide's fine, fine. Okay. By the way, I just want you to know that the asked to do presentations is sort of because of COVID, and it's very hard sometimes to convey a concept. It's much quicker to show it in a slide, and I think this is kind of an exception because of the COVID, but I have seen it done before. So having said that, thank you very much. I usually go fairly quickly. We do have an agenda, so we want to start with just saying, next slide, please. And thank you, Enrique, for being there to help me. Okay, this is the agenda. We're going to do South Phoenix's pro-development. We're going to talk about the collective response. We're going to talk about our three main unresolved concerns, and then our proposed solutions and how we have tried to work with the developer and the attorney and come up with a project that, you know, will fit into that land and make everybody, you know, probably a little mad, but also a little happy. And then we'll have some developed property and you know, that's a negotiation. So if I could move forward then to Phoenix's pro-development, I would like to dispel some of the things that they like to say about us. Oh, that neighborhood to the south, and oh, that intractable neighborhood to the south. So just quickly, this is the first project that we actually have been in extremely active opposition to. The other one, we supported MPC Holdings, Rainier Place, Industrial Metal Supply. We removed a historical preservation just because it made sense. But I'm not going to read all through the reasons on the right because I know you want to have time, but I do want you to look at the bottom and look at the icons. We have the Raven. We were all here and worked with the Raven. We fought very hard to keep heavy industrial boxes off of that cotton field. I've been here for a long time, starting in development and working with the South Mountain Village Planning Committee in 1985. So the Raven, we worked with them. Awakening Seed came in and we welcomed them with open arms because many of the people that we know, both here and out in the East Valley and everywhere else, drive all the way across town to put their children in that wonderful school with Mary, the best teacher I've ever seen. And they're in our neighborhood and we share irrigation with them. AAA is special and dear to our hearts because they were here before anyone, and really Bob Underwood and his wife Debbie take all the credit for creating that. They came into this area before anything was developed except for our neighborhood, which was designed by A. Wayne Smith, a person who I love and admire. And it's because of his good planning that our neighborhood has existed since 1974. And the Walgreens, okay, you know that story. And the Legacy, they came in the same time as the Raven did, but we supported all of them. And we worked with them for the trails and the multi-trails. And let me go to the banner. Since forming in 2020, we have supported 80% of all development proposals, including high density. Additionally, we have successfully collaborated with 5+ local developments. Next slide. All right, so let's take a look at the turquoise box over there. This is just the neighbors' opposition in terms of the number of acres and people, square feet and parcels. But basically, a miracle is on this page because this neighborhood is a bunch of very independent people who have all kinds of opinions. But this particular project has managed to unite 94.5% of everyone that lives in Bartlett Herd. I mean, it is a miracle. Thank you, Jason Morris. You're incredible. So this project has unified 94.5% of the property owners to the immediate south, also extending to the west. Don't forget the project is in the up right-hand corner. We're south, but there's also quite a few properties to the left. I'm going to talk about the properties to the right across Southern shortly and what happened there. We do have support from that neighborhood after knocking on doors, which we many of us have done. Anyway, so we hope this dispels any prior misrepresentation counter to the following points that have been asserted against us. The neighbors are in opposition. This proposal is shockingly out of conformance with the general plan with no explanation as to why. Now, the truth of that is really they have given us no explanation, as far as I can see, as to why we need this. It is shockingly out of proportion. It's 1,830% higher units than the adjacent properties next to it right now. The proposal's impact of the South Mountain Village sets a destabilizing precedent to our community. If you can ignore the general plan, the overlays, and everything we've worked 30, 40, 45 years for, why would anyone want to develop down here anymore? You have just a catch-all of all a developer and a property owner need to do is call Jason and say, hey, would you please get rid of this general plan and amend it and make it so it fits our property owners' preferred vision of the category so they can get the most money out of their land? So that's very destabilizing to community. And this is extremely precedent setting because it's busting open not only the baseline area map plan, BAOD, and the farm district area that is this one small square of flood irrigation. We heard about that earlier, where you can grow, you can have animals, you can have multi-generational family units in one place. Fabiola and Alonso can talk about that. I know several others. Raj Shatola is doing that. We have consistently represented the views of many residents, and we remain hopeful to opening to remedying this proposal. We want commercial, we want office, we want residential, but we do not want to be overwhelmed to the point that the general plan is completely irrelevant across the city. So next slide.
Yep, we get ready to wrap it up here. You're already at time here, Patty.
Okay, I'll just say, I'm going to say it just like this. Jason self-labeled himself as a hired gun. And I thought that was really cute. But being a Western girl, I would compare this project more as a deadly cancer cell that penetrates our defenses. Our defenses are the general plan, invades that, and can only keep growing by consuming its host. This is going to spread then, metastasize to Levine, to Awatuki possibly, to Deer Valley, to Cave Creek. My main thing is I want this kind of abuse of the general plan amendment stopped right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty.
You're welcome.
Enrique, who do we have next?
Madam Chair, staff has Mr. Robert Underwood next.
Good evening. You've got 2 minutes. You're speaking for two people, so you've got 4 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Underwood? Mr. Underwood?
Madam Chair, staff is in the process of unmuting Mr. Underwood. I believe, Mr. Underwood, you are unmuted. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak for our neighborhood. And I want to let you all know how much I appreciate your dedication and your hard work with the South Mountain Village, as well as Councilman Garcia for hearing some of our opposition to this proposal by Jason and the developer. I want to say that some of the things that Jason represented, I can't spend a lot of time on it, but I was involved in the rezoning and the C2 of the Walgreens. And I tell you right now that there were some stipulations made when they rezoned that they were going to take care of the neighborhood. And the fact that Jason said that the land there has laid fallow for the last 20-something years, part of that stipulation when we agreed to C2 zoning for the Walgreens was that they would keep the citrus trees alive and they would water them and they would farm them until such time as they developed that land. They also agreed with those stipulations to leave 5 rows of citrus along the south perimeter to buffer the neighborhood. Well, unfortunately, they did not honor that. They had a grower that was maintaining the citrus. They fired him, they turned the water off, and they let all the citrus trees die. It's been an eyesore for that corner for many years, and they did not honor, what they said they were going to do, unfortunately. So we as a neighborhood are very skeptical of the owners as well as the developers of what they're proposing to do. We're definitely in opposition of it. We do not feel that what they call transition zoning is appropriate. We're willing to work with them on that, but the reality is, 1,000% that they're talking about raising the zoning to, that's unworkable. I'm not only a homeowner that lives in the area for over 40 years, I'm a businessman, and I work and operate my business just west of the adjacent property. I own AAA Landscape as well as Arid Solutions. I have over 630 employees that work for me. The quality of life and the things that we do there is important to me. They are part of my family. The South Mountain community is part of my family, City of Phoenix, and I want to keep that. What Jason is proposing is going to hurt the overall quality of the life down there that we have. It's going to hurt my business, which I don't think is acceptable. One of the things that we do as a company is that's unique to our business is we say we beautify the world. What does that mean to you and to the community and the City of Phoenix? We plant trees, we plant plants, we plant flowers that touch people and make a difference in their lives. But not only do we do that, we've developed our business and the land that we work on there to be a rural feel that everybody can enjoy as they drive down Southern. What's going on in the world right now is tragic, and there's a lot of stress and a lot of things go on. If we can make a little difference in people's lives by what we do there, and maybe have a calming effect on them, maybe take some stress out of their lives, I think that's huge. All of that being said, I work at all kinds of different construction sites. We've done, Convention Center, Sky Harbor, SkyTrain. We've worked on sites all over the deal, and I am definitely for, I'm pro-development, but it needs to be done in a considerate way. And I don't think it is fair for a developer or an owner to come into an area and totally change the zoning and go with a PUD. We don't want to see that happen because we know what happens when you change to PUD. None of the stipulations are honored. We heard from Enrique that the things that Jason proposed, the city can't enforce anyway, and we don't see that happening. So,
all right.
So we're asking you, the South Mountain Village, to deny this application and stick with the current zoning, and let's work with the developer and the owner to do something that's appropriate to our area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Enrique, who's up next?
Madam Chair, next we have Ms. POPi Hammonds.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Claudia.
My name is Clottie. I'll just get that out of the way for you. No problem.
My apologies.
My comments are going to go toward the historical veracity of what people have been presenting here. And I believe Ms. Tunning is the only one that commented on segregation. And when we talk about South Phoenix, redlining and codified segregation has had, and it still continues to have, a lasting impact in South Phoenix and the larger, greater metropolitan Phoenix area. While living on or being from the South Side was once stigmatized by whites, for Black and Brown people is claimed as a source of pride. South Phoenix is where many families settled during the Great Migration. when during the 1930s, Blacks were recruited to come and pick cotton and citrus, and they did not have any place to live due to disease. There were some places built in South Phoenix for them so that the disease would not spread rampantly. In the 40s and 50s, it also became an area where Black people actually were able to afford homes because they could not live in a lot of other areas. They were redlined. They had to live in the South Side. They had to plant roots, and that is being overlooked. And also, the culture and history of Black people in Arizona has just been wantonly obliterated, and I hate to see it continue with this development. It has got to be acknowledged. And when investors and white folks think of with good credit ratings, think of South Phoenix as an investment opportunity, much of that history is obliterated, conveniently obliterated. So the decades of displacement, the decades of displacement and gentrifying and so forth, actually could be still continued through the criminalization of poor people of color. We know that homelessness is not going to go away. There has got to be a humane, affordable solution for that, but also the history must not go away. I thank you.
Oops, there I am. Thank you, Ms. Hammonds, for your time and your passion. Who do we have next, Enrique?
Madam Chair, those were all the speakers that staff received comments on in terms of opposition. Next, we'll move on to the support comments. We'll start off the list here with Shauna Gaines.
Okay. Everybody on that list, everybody's speaking for themselves, right? Enrique?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so Tamala, our time is no more than 2 minutes for everybody, so we can get through everybody and everybody gets a chance to speak. Thank you. Thank you, everyone in advance for being on the phone and online and waiting your turn to speak. So we want to hear from you. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of also Destiny Gaines. We are neighbors southeast of the proposed housing project, and I believe that this would be a good opportunity for residents of this area, like myself, to find a home to rent and reside. We know that it's extremely hard to find good quality rentals, and I believe that this project would provide opportunities for young adults like myself to rent a home within the community. And I hope that committee and the Phoenix Council can approach a project like this one, because it's much needed in our community. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Sophie, thank you very much. Who's next?
Thank you.
Next, we have Rafael Delgado.
And can you please state your and I forgot to do that on the one before, but state where you live as well. So do we have it on the record? Do we know where all these folks are from, Enrique?
Madam Chair, we do not have that information. We do have an email address, but we do not have any mailing address.
Okay, all right. Let's go. Let's proceed.
Looking at the list of speakers, we cannot locate Rafael Delgado. We'll move on next to Felicia Castro.
Ms. Castro?
Looks like we don't have Ms. Castro on the line with us. We have next Destiny Gaines.
Oh, Destiny and Shawnee spoke together at the same time. 1 and 4 spoke together.
Got it. In that case, staff will proceed to unmute Shawnee Gaines once again to allow Destiny Gaines presumably prepared to provide comments.
Ms.
Oh,
Gaines? Yes.
I'm sorry. She's not able to come and speak at the moment. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it was both of you. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
And
thank
so,
you.
so is Ralph Delgado on the line? Raphael?
We do not see Rafael Delgado here with us. Let's see here. Also, we have next Felicia Castro, and we cannot locate Ms. Felicia here with us. Yep, we cannot see her on the list. Next, we have Maya Dobbs. Let's see here. We cannot locate Maya. After her, we have Ruth Tina. Ms. Pina. Next, we have Joe Solosario.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Joe, for attending, and please speak to the village. You've got 2 minutes, sir. Let us know where you live as well.
In the housing project to Sanctuary at South Mountain.
Okay.
So I just wanted to speak today, as a concerned resident near the area. One of the things that we've heard is something about allowing a mix of people that live in that area, correct? But if you take a look at a lot of the people that are opposing the project within that area, they all live in homes that are worth at least $500,000 and up from there. They want to put in things that are similar to the housing that they have, which a lot of people would not be able to afford. So for them to say that it wouldn't be fair for them, it also wouldn't be fair for many others that cannot afford mortgages or do not have credits good enough to be able to be approved for such housing. Also, that law is honestly a big nuisance. It's a big eyesore. It's been like that for as long as I can remember. This offers the solution for that, as well as more business, more taxable income in the area, and stuff like that. Also, with the health concerns that had been brought up before, as we all know, asthma is a huge thing here in the valley, and for one of those things, dirt, which is present in this lot when it gets windy, all those things do affect the area. So those are a few key points that I just wanted to point out there for you guys to hear.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your feedback. Thank you very much for making the time.
Looks like next we have Leticia Gonzalez. We do not see her on the list here. And also Ana Leon, Ariana Fernandez, Beth Kinsey are also not able to be located here on the list. Next we have Kelly.
Enrique, are we checking the folks that called in? Like it might show their phone number instead of a name or email address.
At the moment, we are not looking at those, but we do see that there are 4 calling users. Perhaps after going through this list here, we can proceed to each one of the calling users and check if there's any speakers that we missed.
That'd be great.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and where you're from.
So I believe that the opposition was not asked to state where they're from. So I'll be saying I'm Kelly. I'm here in solidarity with marginalized groups and in opposition to the white supremacist values and actions prevalent in the city. I'd like you to support the developer agreement to ensure equitable access for formerly incarcerated community members. That's all.
Thank you very much. Who do we have next, Enrique?
Next, we have April McHugh.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, thanks for having me. I am just wanting to reach out and say that I think that this project is taking the right step in the right direction of including community in its development. Every development project should shape their work in partnership with community members who are most impacted by our systems of oppression. To contribute to undoing harms of developments past, we must be listening to our Black, Brown, Indigenous neighbors, for they will always be the most impacted by our system, which is rooted in anti-Blackness. I am pleased to see that this project is taking some of these steps in the right direction, and waiving the application costs and providing some units. I don't think it's an adequate amount, but I think some units for folks who are formerly incarcerated, single parents, because housing is a human right. Yet a criminal record often stands between a person being able to secure shelter. So formerly incarcerated people are actually 10 times more likely to experience homelessness because of this. And unfortunately, being homeless makes formerly incarcerated people more likely to be arrested and incarcerated again, thanks to our classist policies that criminalize homelessness. So the criminalization of having nowhere to go is absolutely inhumane, counterproductive, and only perpetuates the revolving door between homelessness and incarceration. So this is about mercy, about forgiveness, and about humanity. Someone's future should not be impacted by a past mistake. We must support this project as it is a step in the right direction. And we must show our formerly incarcerated neighbors, our Black and Brown neighbors who are routinely pushed out by this game of real estate, and those who have called South Phoenix home for generations, that we value them because they're human and they are worthy. So please, I urge you to support this project tonight.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your voice. Next.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Madam Chair? Lee Colmayer, I would like to know, I would like to make a request, and I think you actually hit a couple of people up for an address where they live in proximity to this project. It really does matter.
It does matter. Yeah, I can't make them say it, but unfortunately, because we had seen, I made a mistake and I did not ask the opposition, but unfortunately, because the opposition sent us emails, I recognized all the names, so I knew where they lived. So I didn't ask that question, and I should have, because now the supporters think that they're being targeted, and they are not. But it's customary protocol to ask for addresses of anyone that speaks. And if we were in a meeting, that we would ask for addresses as well. So we do have people's
we don't ask for addresses. I'm sorry. We do not ask for addresses.
Patty,
we need to calm down with this.
I'd like to add something as well. When you say you recognize, all of the names, I love that, but I'm a community member and I don't recognize every single name.
Can I say something, Madam Chair? Because I'm glad you said that, because I agree with you, Madam Chair. That was something I made a note of, is that the people in opposition, there was, if you read through the opposition letters, there was really no reason to ask them for where they live, because it is in the emails.
I don't know what they look like. They have sent emails and letters for the last 4 months. That's how I know them, because I've seen their address posted and they put a map as to where they live. So I don't know them personally, so let's not be offended by that. But every time we had meetings prior to the Zoom calls, we asked for addresses first, always. Anyway,
that's not true.
No,
I'm sorry, that is not true.
We haven't done that before. This is absolutely preferential treatment, so we should just drop it and move forward.
That's why I did not enforce it. So just keep going. There is no preferential treatment going on. Everybody has 2 minutes to speak. That's why I didn't ask them for addresses. So please continue.
I think it's obvious what's going on, so it doesn't make any difference if the people give their names or not. We pretty much, everybody knows they're not in the community, so
Greg,
go ahead.
I agree, Greg.
we are going to give people that signed up to speak an opportunity to speak. And it is my fault that I did not ask for addresses up front. So let's go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to kind of get an idea of how close to the project people actually lived. Did not mean to stir up a hornet's nest.
Nope. I recognize my fault when I asked the first one. So I take it, that was my mistake.
No fault to no one.
Nope. Go ahead, Enrique. Who's next?
Madam Chair, next we have Vanessa De Carlo.
Ms. DeCarlo?
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead. Thank you for being here.
Wonderful. Formerly incarcerated people are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general population. And I think that's incredibly important because when we're looking at this specific project, and we understand that unfortunately being homeless makes formerly incarcerated folks more likely to be arrested and incarcerated again, thanks to the classist and racist policies that criminalize homelessness. The criminalization of really leaving people nowhere to go is unacceptable. It's inhumane, counterproductive, and it only perpetuates the horrible situations people are in and the connection between homelessness and incarceration. Also looking at unemployment is at a all-time low while these corporate profits surge. Signs of growth for new construction and revitalization of urban spaces. Yet when we look at the working class tenants who inhabit these spaces, they're getting priced out. They're getting priced out of them. So for those cost burden, there's an inverse relationship in tenants' ability to remain housed and the availability of affordable housing. I think it's just really important to remember that in Arizona, Black people constitute 5% of the state residents. But when we're looking at 18% of people in jail and 14% of people in prison, it's just such a disproportionate impact. It is the result of a legacy of racism and white supremacy, which creates a cycle of housing violence where formerly incarcerated Black community members, they're excluded from these stable housing opportunities. So the only way to really break this cycle when development can follow the leadership of the directly impacted and really looking at where in the plan is that happening? Like where is the 5-point plan of the who, what, where, when, and how are we connecting all of that together?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments and your passion. Who do we have next, Enrique?
Next we have Jisoo Kim.
Hello, my name is Jisoo. I'm here tonight to speak in solidarity with formerly incarcerated people. I'd first like to say this project seems like a great idea, specifically the stipulations pertaining to fair housing for the formerly incarcerated. They're so important to the formerly incarcerated population who have everything working against them. We should all be so lucky as to be able to bring a proposal like this to life. Now, I know there are people out there who think this is not their responsibility. To them I say, the only way to break this cycle is when development can follow the leadership of directly impacted people, because those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. We heard this earlier tonight. I myself have learned from them that we as a society can't keep disappearing people. You already tried by putting them away, and now, you ignore their needs, pay them minimum wage or less, defund their schools, denigrate their cultures, and cheer when the system inevitably puts them in a cage. You can't keep trying to disappear people on the one hand, and then on the other hand, inevitably freak out over having to see underserved or unsheltered people with your own eyes. It's wrong and illogical. It's like pick one, It has no end, and the only constant is suffering. So with all this in mind, please bring this project proposal to life. Put people over property. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your passion. Enrique?
Next we have Camille Johnson.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you very much for joining.
Hi, I was born in South Phoenix and my family moved in their 80s, if that makes me qualified to speak or not. My family was one of many white families at the time gentrifying the historically Black and brown neighborhoods in South Phoenix, an issue that has exploded in recent years. Poor marginalized families are being displaced at alarming rates from their own neighborhoods after generations of intentional oppression. South Phoenix was designed from its inception by white people who didn't want the wrong kind of people in their neighborhoods, much like the speakers opposing the project here today. In the earliest 20th century, Black, brown, and poor folks were pushed out of central Phoenix into the heavily industrialized area south of the railroad. This area was segregated, redlined, and further industrialized for the benefit of the privileged white people north of the tracks. This racist legacy continues today in the form of gentrification, food apartheid, lower life expectancies, and million-dollar blocks in South Phoenix neighborhoods. Zip codes where the state spends millions of dollars incarcerating poor Black and brown community members. This proposed 40th Street and Southern Ave housing project before the committee today is a small step to mitigate the disproportionate harm that South Phoenix families face every day. Allowing formerly incarcerated Black and brown folks the chance to get housing is not controversial. It's the bare minimum they are owed for being beaten down by white people in power for generations, for having to merely survive and not thrive, for being trapped in an endless cycle of poverty and incarceration, for having to sit through meetings like this where privileged white people say Black and brown people are cancer to the white community. You gentrifiers are the cancer. I yield my time.
Thank you very much for your comments and your passion. Next.
Next, we have Karen Olson.
Hello.
Hello, thank you for joining us. Go ahead.
My name's Karen. I have lived in Arizona all my life, and I think every person within any community should be able to use their voice. And so, having sat here since 6 and being part of this meeting, I would like to take a little bit of your time to reiterate some of the words that you yourselves were using on slides, talking about water and putting people first. And what else could be putting people first and listening to the most marginalized of our society and of our community members? Housing is a human right, just like when we're talking about water is a human right. We don't live in a space of scarcity. White supremacy creates scarcity. It doesn't exist. And if we're willing to get uncomfortable, and if we're willing to listen and truly open our minds to change and listen to those that have been hurt time and time again, that show up beyond our own histories. That's great that you've lived in a neighborhood all your life. That place was there before you, and it will be there after you. We are more than just our individual anecdotal pieces of this story. It is when we come together and realize and recognize that we will have the chance to show up with accountability and then show through our actions that we care. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your time and your passion.
Next, we have Bitoy.
Hi there, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. And just as a note, I'd be happy to provide my address into the record as soon as I'm provided with a list of all the committee members' addresses. My name is Toy, and I currently serve as the chairperson of Shot in the Dark, Maricopa County's longest running harm reduction and syringe services program. I want to take the time today to speak in favor of this case, which can provide housing accessible to formerly incarcerated community members. As you're surely aware, the continued failure of the drug war means that substance use disorder and the negative health outcomes associated are a serious issue affecting our neighborhoods. Our violent injustice system of punishment in place of treatment harms more and more of our neighbors with incarceration in lieu of health services every day. We know that many of our neighbors, especially those belonging to marginalized communities and identities, have had to survive incarceration due to a breakdown in our healthcare system, which could have been prevented by our elected officials. I hope that during a mounting housing crisis in our city, we as a community can do better than to harden our hearts and exclude people from care for living through the consequences of such a failure in policy. The impact of stable, safe housing on outcomes for people recovering from substance use disorder cannot be understated, nor can the impact of adverse childhood experiences, such as homelessness, in contributing to future risk of developing substance use disorder. In a study published in the Annals of New York Academic Sciences, the stress arising from situations from homelessness caused significant increases in drug-seeking behavior and relapse among people recovering from substance use disorder, as well as playing a significant role in drug self-administration later in life when experienced early in life. I'm disappointed to know that some members of our community are more worried about their so-called lifestyle than the well-being of children and people recovering from the ravages of substance use disorder. If Phoenix wants to address the crises of housing and substance use disorder in our city, we can do both at once by supporting projects to provide housing accessible to formerly incarcerated people. And I hope that this project will be able to continue to proceed as planned in spite of some of the hateful comments I've heard today. As someone born and raised in the Valley and a longtime Phoenix resident, I am proud of our city and usually honored to call the people who live here neighbor. However, having heard earlier from people who live to the south of this proposed project, who use racist dog whistles and stigmatize their potential neighbors before even meeting them, I am reminded that we have so much further to go in many ways. I'm disappointed that my neighbors would compare people to cancers or suggest that their way of life is in danger from having to live next to people from a different walk of life. I hope that this project can proceed as planned. Do your jobs.
Thank you for your time and your passion.
Next, we have Anicia Groves.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
You'll be able to hear me? Great. My name is Lola Sango. I'm not in Mr. Grove. She donated her time to me. I'm sitting here listening to the atrocities that y'all are talking about right now. I am a South Phoenix resident. I have lived in South Phoenix since 1985. I went to TG Bar. I went to Julian. I went to South Mountain High School. And I am offended that Greg would ever talk about what is good for me in my community. I work, I live, I organize in South Phoenix. I would like to know the South Mountain Village Planning Committee members' addresses, each of you, to make sure y'all live here before you start talking about my life. South Phoenix is not just my home, it's also home to the $1 Million Block. And if you don't know what that is where we spend in excess of $1 million a year to incarcerate the members of a single city block. I was incarcerated in 2003. I left South Phoenix, and when I came home 10 years later, I wasn't able to move back into the neighborhood I grew up in. I still can't get back into my neighborhood without so much effort and so much work, because a formerly incarcerated person doesn't get to have the same access to housing. I played in that field you're talking about that this development would go in, and I usually oppose development. I listened to what Ms. Hammond said, and yes, absolutely, South Phoenix is a source of pride to me, but I can't get back in. I don't want to listen to you all talk about my community and the places that I need, the place that I want to live in, the place that I want to be self-determined and have my own autonomous lifestyle. Back where in the places where I grew up, I want my kids to go to my same school, and I can't access it. This developer is the first, and I have been watching you, South Mountain Village Planning Committee, for a long time. This is the first developer who's ever made me visible. You owe it to me to give me a place to live in the community I grew up in. So I expect that this will pass. I expect this development to go forward. Now, Phoenix is a source of pride for me. It's where I live. I want to raise my children here, and I don't want to hear a single white member, because I am Black, of this South Mountain Village Planning Committee tell me that this is not good for me or my community. And Black women on this panel right now, you better watch yourself. Remember
Please
where
be
you come
respectful.
from.
Thank you very much. Please be respectful.
2 minutes are up.
Please be respectful. Who do we have next, Enrique?
Madam Chair, I have Brandon Valentin. However, looking through the list of current attendees, we can locate Brandon. We'll proceed and try the call-in numbers here just shortly. And next we have Annalise Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz, you have the floor. Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, are you able to hear staff?
hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yes,
Thank you
now
for
we can.
joining.
Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Thank you for your patience. Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is Annalise Ortiz. I'm a member of the Housing Initiative Project, and I also work with formerly incarcerated people advocating for criminal legal reform. I am also a Phoenix resident. I'm here to speak in support of this project. Many of my friends and colleagues have struggled with finding housing after they come home from prison, even those who paid their debt to society years or even decades ago. Housing is a human right, but I have seen people with a record far too often discriminated against by landlords and apartment complexes, and they then become more likely to experience homelessness than the general population. It also makes them more likely to be arrested and incarcerated again due to classist policies that criminalize homelessness and poverty. It is cruel to close the door on our formerly incarcerated community members and to continue this cycle of homelessness and incarceration. This is not what public safety looks like, and that is not what makes me feel safe as a Phoenix resident. This project could be something beautiful and transformative, not only for formerly incarcerated folks and their families, but for the greater community. We need to see more projects like this to invest in our community members who have been impacted by incarceration and to offer them a real second chance. And I ask the folks in opposition to look inward and consider how opposing this project here tonight is perpetrating white supremacy and classism. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your views and your opinion. Thank you. Thank you for your passion. Next.
Next, we have Paris Moore. Looks like we cannot locate Paris here with us this evening. We will try once again the call-in numbers. After Paris, we have Nikki McMillan. Looks like we are unable to locate Nikki. Once again, let's see here. We have Helen Mendizábal next.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to come in support of the project. Housing is a human right, yet a criminal record often stands between a person being able to secure shelter. Formerly incarcerated people are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general population. And unfortunately, being homeless makes formerly incarcerated people more likely to be arrested and incarcerated again, thanks to classist policies that criminalize homelessness. The criminalization of having nowhere to go is really inhumane and counterproductive, and it only perpetuates the revolving door between homelessness and incarceration. So I do ask you guys to look inward and to approve this project. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Grace Logan, and we're unfortunately not able to locate Grace, but we do have Greg Linneman. We'll try once again, Grace, here shortly.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Enrique, thanks so much for your time. First of all, kudos to you all who volunteer your time working these long hours hearing these challenging cases. I've forgotten how hard you work. God bless you all for this work. I'm the CEO of Stafford Crane Group. We're located in the village at 3620 South 40th Street. I'm here to support the project from the perspective of an employer who has employees who would very much like to live in the area. I think we all agree from a planning perspective, it's ideal to try to live in the proximity of your workplace. And as we also all know, that's extremely difficult right now in Phoenix. We're a multi-state and now international crane company headquartered in Phoenix. We have about 110 employees, and about 2/3 or so are here in Phoenix, and they live all the way around the valley from Surprise to Maricopa. Adding units in the village from our perspective would be absolutely terrific, particularly this close to our facility. I'd also like to mention that our growth we've been in the area about 10 years, and our growth over that time really mirrors what's going on in that sort of corridor south of the airport. Land is turning over quickly. It used to be all just construction yards, more equipment than people. Land prices are going through the roof. Today, I went and looked at a site because we need to expand, and it was a site under an acre, and it was almost $800,000 for unimproved land. And that's the prevailing price, and we're probably going to have to pay it. And when prices get to that point, It doesn't work for a construction yard or a scrap yard. You've got to be a productive, efficient, profitable business, support those kind of land prices, and people are paying it. And what that means is there's going to be a lot more employees in the area in the near future. And obviously the Amazon distribution center is a great example of that. The other thing I'd mention briefly, if I could, is I say all these things with all due respect to the neighbors and to the committee. I know these are very challenging decisions. I know there's always a passion and desire to retain the character of the neighborhood. And there's always tension between adding density and preserving the character of the neighborhood. That's something that plays out all over the city and all over the country. What I'd mention right now is that, I just think the elephant in the room is that we're in the middle of a historic housing crisis. The number of units available right now for young families, for folks starting out, is lower than it's ever been. We need to create housing stock. And so the question is, where to do it and how to do it. And I frankly think this seems like a really good opportunity to add some units in a compromise that seems reasonable. I mean, I know 10 to 15 units per acre seems like quite a bit compared to the neighborhood, but 10 to 15 units is really not a lot of units. If you listen to housing advocates, they'd be pushing for 20, 25, 30. Anytime you've got a vacant lot, we should put as many housing units there as possible to accommodate a growing population. They don't make any more land. The land we have is all the land we're going to have. But we keep growing. And when you're talking about thank you. I encourage you to support the project.
Thank you so much for your passion and your comments. And I'm sorry I have to wrap you up, but we're trying to be fair to everybody. Thank you. Next
we have Hannah Himan.
Phoenix began as an anti-Black, racist, segregated city, and it still is. Housing policy here has always been anti-Black and classist, and we see the continuation in every new development that excludes formerly incarcerated folks and continues to gentrify and resegregate the city. White supremacy is upheld by city policies and infrastructures, but also by developers and by people who oppose increasing access to housing. This development will play a part in breaking the cycle of housing violence. I support it for that. The developer is making an important step toward working with community to get directly impacted folks housing. This should be a model for all future developments. It was planned in conversation with local orgs that are Black and directly impacted-led organizations. This should be the bare minimum going forward for all developments. Housing is a human right. Every person without shelter is an indictment of our whole society. The city of Phoenix has chosen time and time again to enforce white supremacy through food apartheid and environmental violence. I hope this committee chooses to push for a better society and chooses to support directly impacted communities in all of your decisions. Support this item. Patty sat here and bent the rules for white supremacist NIMBYs to present views that are in direct opposition to the people of South Phoenix. She should be ashamed of how she's run this meeting. You just admitted you knew these people personally, Patty. What other rules do you bend for your racist friends? And Patty, how dare you cut off a Black woman leader in this community and tone police her? Lola has done far more for this community than you could ever hope to. Your disrespect and your racism will be remembered as your legacy. The opponents here represent golf courses and landscapers. They are the danger to all of us. Patty McKinstry, her racist cronies, and her ugly PowerPoints are a cancer upon our communities. Why did you give her 7.5 minutes to spew her garbage? How much is your house worth, Patty? Why do you hate people who have less than you? Why were the supporters not given the opportunity to present? I could have made a PowerPoint that looked far better than Patty's. I emailed back and forth yesterday with Enrique about my support for this development and was not told that was a possibility. This is shameful. Were you bribed by these white supremacists to allow their ugly presentation? The community deserves answers for this suspicious
I think that's
behavior.
enough. I think we have
Robert
rules
Underwood's
that kind of
business is
talk.
a blight on
He
our
needs
community.
to
I'm
be
sure his
cut off.
employees despise
I think
him.
you've had
Robert's
your
business
2
is worth
minutes.
far less than the.
And I really appreciate your time and your passion. Thank you very much. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Ryan Boyd.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ryan Boyd from 1069 West Taylor Street on behalf of the Urban Phoenix Project in full support of these items. I'm here to provide you with more of the land use arguments. I think we've heard a lot of the philosophical arguments that are definitely something that we support here. And philosophically at Urban Phoenix Project, we are a nonprofit that supports creating a city that is walkable, that is urban, that is something that every resident can really enjoy the values and the benefits of our city. The use here that you're seeing isn't too different from what you're seeing in the area around it. There's an apartment complex at the northeast side of this intersection. There's residential with a greater density towards the east. And as a previous speaker noted, this is not really a high density use. If you notice anything about my address, it is in fact in the central city where there are far higher uses. And yet at the same time, you still have pretty historic neighborhoods and other things like that that remain and that exist. And so we don't believe that this is going to be as destructive as opponents are discussing. And to be honest, we don't really enjoy the idea of value being created out of scarcity. We think that the value of our city is created by allowing more people to engage and more people to be housed and more people to really enjoy the uses of Phoenix. And we think that this project is a great step that is relevant and contextually significant to the area. We think that it helps a lot of vulnerable populations that need it. And we think that we should support every kind of project that matches all of those criteria that we just talked about and provides opportunities so that all people can enjoy Phoenix. We entirely support the staff findings on this case and urge you to vote yes on this project. With that, we're happy to take any questions, but thank you again for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Ronnie Wollenser, and we're not sure for these next three speakers if they are in support or opposition, but we'll proceed to unmute Ronnie here shortly.
Hi, I'm in support of this project, and the work of Black liberation includes disrupting the way that racism operates in the development process. So in solidarity, we hold a commitment to name anti-Black violence and to move towards dismantling the beliefs behind it. When higher income, mostly white neighborhoods stigmatize affordable rentals or housing by saying things like the project will bring the wrong kind of people, or that there is an unfounded focus on crime without any consideration for how people of color, and especially Black people, are criminalized, there is no kind of wrong person to move into an empty unit when someone needs housing. We know that Arizona's housing crisis is actually just a real estate game riddled with racist and classist qualifications to secure housing. There are multiple ways that denial of shelter can take place, and they are applied liberally in order to increase property values, and rental income. Housing is a human right, yet a criminal record often stands between a person being able to secure shelter. Formerly incarcerated people are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general population, and unfortunately, being homeless makes formerly incarcerated people more likely to be arrested and incarcerated again, thanks to classist policies that criminalize homelessness. The criminalization of having nowhere to go is inhumane, counterproductive, and only perpetuates the revolving door between homelessness and incarceration. White supremacy thrives on creating the idea of scarcity. Our people need housing. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments and your time. Who do we have next, Enrique?
Next, we have Richard Cruz.
I'm here. There we go. I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. So I'm troubled right now. So I am Richard Cruz, director of programs for the Human Services Campus, and a champion of South Phoenix. And I'm troubled because I think of the history of segregation, both that which is exists within South Phoenix and Phoenix as a whole. But I think back to, as we look at the city's layout, in any case where we have integrated neighborhoods, right? There was a conversation at some point that existed just like this, where people said that the people that live there were the wrong kind of people to move north of Van Buren, that were the wrong kind of people to move north of Indian School, that were the wrong kind of people all of these times, right? But this is in 1967, it's 2021, and yet we're still having the same conversation. And so what I'm seeing is that, oftentimes, if this was the type of project, because the project is beautiful, if this was the type of project that was presented in such a way that the policies would likely lead to white folks living in these in taking advantage of the property, there'd be no issue, because gentrification is ultimately about those allowing white people to pick and choose where they can live and where they can't, right? But anytime that there's a marginalized group that may be able to take advantage of it and move into other spaces, there's this type of pushback, because racism is not about bias, it's about bias enacted through policy. So I challenge you all today, as I stand in support of this initiative, to not be Klansmen without hoods. I would hope that you would not be agents of white supremacy in this space. I would hope that you would own up to and live up to what you spoke about earlier in this meeting when you talked about innovative solutions to make sure that development does not equal displacement. And in this case, actually, the displacement that we want to displace is white supremacy from housing, because housing is a human right and housing is healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you for your passion. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Tremikas Mohammed.
Hello, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. So much has been said, and I just want to add this part here. What we're looking at, very simply, at this point, boils down to a case of the haves versus the have-nots. And in this case, what's so powerfully important that has to be looked at is the responsibility that those who have to those who don't. It has been said, and it is very true. Redlining existed from in the 60s, and we're looking at a new form of redlining. In this case, we're looking at a racist mindset in this case. And even if you don't see yourself as that, if you can look at the housing crisis in this city and feel as though that this project should not go forward, though it addresses the housing crisis, which affects poor people who are normally disproportionately Black and brown people, then at the root of it is a racist mindset. And to understand that to build and develop as this developer is doing is so unique, but it includes those people who are suffering. And for the heart not to feel something for that, but for people to see what's happening in this city and the homelessness. Maybe you're not getting the phone calls from mothers with children who can't find home housing. Maybe you're not seeing the people that are on bridges that are living inside of shopping carts and corners on bus benches. Maybe you're not experiencing that. Maybe that doesn't touch you, but it's a reality in this city. And we're thankful to this developer, though it's just scratching the surface. It's still not enough. But what we are afraid of is that the opposition is setting the precedence to say that in this city, Black, brown, poor people don't have a place if it interrupts my lifestyle. And that's a shame. And that's sad. And I would hope that from 50 to 60 years of civil rights and fighting and all that's going on, that mindset has changed, but we see it happen. So I'm hoping that this committee will have a heart of humanity to actually look at this proposal and this project and work with this developer to make it where it meets the needs of the people who need it most. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Is that the end of the public comments, Enrique?
Madam Chair, yes, we do not have any more individuals. However, there were some individuals that we were able to unmute here. Perhaps we can unmuting here. Let's see, Gerald A. Hinsey, that may be associated with Beth Hinsey that requested to speak here, and we'll proceed with the calling numbers as well. Once again, we'll proceed to unmute Gerald A. Hinsey.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. This is, I'm Beth Hinsey. Thank you. My name is Beth.
I didn't hear your name.
I'm Beth Hinsey, and
yes. Oh, yes.
hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Beth Hinsey, and I'm one of the property owners. And I want to thank everyone that is attending this meeting tonight. I appreciate all of you that have let their voices be heard. I think it's very important. And we have worked very closely with the Brown Group, and that's a local Arizona company, and I believe they have done a great job designing a high-quality home development that addresses the affordable housing crisis in Phoenix while bringing jobs to our local community. I only have a couple comments just to clarify a couple things. The citrus trees, and I don't know if you can see anything that I'm holding up, probably not, were planted in 1949 or before that, because they're established then. I pulled up an aerial photo and of the property, and that's when they were planted. Citrus trees survive 50 years typically, and that's their life expectancy. So we did not stop watering them. We had farmers that were taking care of them, and they died. And I can show you a progression of that if you would like. I can send it to the committee of how the trees were dying from year to year. And this is I think a great opportunity. I was the applicant for the PUD before this. I did it myself. I worked very hard. We had another developer that dropped out because of the Bartlett Herd neighborhood was against us. And when we had an office-centric business retail development that we had planned, and they opposed it vehemently, the Bartlett Herd, but the rest of the people in the neighborhood were for it. I had 95% people in favor of our project. And I also just want to address that my sister, I was not able to go door to door, and oh, hang on one second. I was not able to go door to door this time, but my sister was, and she worked very hard to get those signatures. And I do not appreciate someone questioning their validity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Enrique, who else do we have?
Next, we have 6 calling users. Staff will proceed to unmute each calling user individually and check and see if they wish to provide any comments as part of this agenda item. We'll start off with calling user number 3. Calling user number 3, do you have any comments that you wish to provide in regards to items 9 and 10? Hearing none, we'll proceed with calling user. And before we actually proceed with calling user number 4, we'll call out the first few digits of the phone number. Perfect. The calling users may not be able to recognize the phone number. So calling user number 3, phone number starts with 703, followed by 655. Hearing no comments, we'll proceed with calling user number 4. The phone number begins with 480-215. Hearing none, staff will proceed with calling user number 6. Phone number begins with 480-577. Hearing no comments from calling user number 6, we'll proceed with calling user number 7. The phone number begins with 602-361. Hearing no comments from calling user number 7, we have calling user number 8. Phone number begins 504-615. you could please provide any comments to these two cases, if requested.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I truly thank you, Enrique, and everyone in this committee to listen with passion.
Excuse me, before you start, can you state your name?
Sure. My name is Barakat Gebre Exabher, who is a homeowner and resident in this neighborhood. And I wanted to thank you for facilitating this. And I'm sorry, due to the loss of my own mom, I wasn't able to come in early. But at the same time, I heard all
I wanted to just do a break for a second. We want to ask after these last public comments, they're gonna go in and like the VPC will discuss and vote. And so we understand it can be a violent place to also hear that. And also it is like kind of like, it's like 9:30 now. So we were gonna ask folks if they wanted, if you would like to stay in and watch the rest of this, you can like obviously stay here, but we're also gonna make a breakout room for a little bit of breathing and like detoxing together, especially if you like, because we understand it's really triggering. And so we can make a breakout room for folks who might wanna go through that and just kind of take a break and then leave if they would like. So if you can put your like, choice in the chat or like, unmute or not unmute, but like just let us know if you'd like to go into a breakout room to just detox and breathe a little bit.
It might be easier if you change your name to breakout room and then we'll drop you in there.
Did people drop or I'm not sure what's happening.
No, they're still here.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm just gonna continue watching, okay. Okay. So folks who changed it to breakout, I'm gonna go ahead and put you all in there. Hold on, I have to stop sharing for a second because I forgot I'm the host. And yeah, you can leave their meeting, Helen. Hold on, let me try to make this. Assign manually, create, assign, breakout. And Miss Roz is gonna do the facilitate it. Where are you, Miss Roz? Why can I not find? Oh yeah, okay. Opening. And if you do feel like going to the breakout room anytime, just let us know. Am I missing anyone? And if you can you unmute because I can't see the chat.
Helen wants to go. Helen,
okay. Helen. Oh. And Vanessa, you put I don't know, so I'm not sure. Okay. Folks are good? Okay, let's watch it again.
Is that on our applicant's response? Yes, yes, it is. It's on the agenda. So it's applicant's response. Go ahead, Jason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Committee Member Bushing. I appreciate that. I will be brief because obviously there is a lot of passion on both sides of this case. And what I will say about our support is that the applicant has earned it. And the applicant in this instance is not attempting to right historic wrongs with one project, but what they do recognize and what they've been educated about is the ability of every project to make the village a slightly better place. And we believe we've done that. But more importantly, and for the purposes of this village, as you are looking at this application, you are charged as a village planning committee. And that means looking at projects in the totality. And you may be persuaded by the neighbors who are living on larger lots that they have theirs and that land shouldn't be rezoned and general plans shouldn't be changed. But I will tell you, if that were the case, you would be basically getting rid of an industry, and you would be acting in a manner that is not only counterproductive to the city, but counterproductive to the village. Every property can be rezoned. Every general plan is intended to be updated. That is why it is a general plan. It is a roadmap, and that roadmap changes depending upon the development needs and the attributes of the village. This village has very high expectations of what it will be and what it can be, but that can't occur if things do not change and you do not recognize that there are needs and these needs need to be addressed, which is what we believe we're doing this as an applicant. I'll point out that whether you believe the applicant's narrative, whether you are persuaded by the supporters that you've heard tonight, or whether you're persuaded by the opposition that things should not change and that this property somehow, some way, agreed never to be rezoned. What I would suggest that you do is look at the independent source who the city has asked to make a recommendation on this project and an evaluation, an analysis of this property and this application as to what is the best use of this property. And you will find that there is a 29-page staff report that details precisely why your professional planning staff believes that this application is just and worthy of recommendation for this site. Not the applicant's opinion, not the neighbor's opinion, but why this is a proper land use and a good land use and the highest and best land use for this property. I would also suggest that as we talk about veracity and the comments that were made, please do not lose sight of the fact that we are, in fact, complying with the overlays of the master plan, the baseline area master plan, and the overlay district, and that the general plan designation of mixed-use ag is actually maintained. Finally, the comment that was made and repeated about this being an 1,830% increase over what can occur on this property is wildly inaccurate and needs to be reflected as to what the true situation is. And that is, there is an existing entitlement on this property that is commercial, which permits residential use. And the number of 1,830% is just wildly wrong. Lastly, Madam Chair and committee members, I would point out that what we have done in this application over the last 8 months has been to compromise and to find ways to improve upon the plan so that it actually is reflected in something that can be supported by your planning department. And as you've heard tonight, the community. And I've been through this enough in front of this village, and I've had the opportunity to practice in front of the village enough times that I know you value the opinion of the community coupled with the opinion of staff. And with that, I would request that you follow both of those dictates and support this case. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So we're going to go through the comments from the committee members, and I'm going to put Tamala in at the end. Just go alphabetically, like I always do. So Matt Aguilar.
Thank you, Patty. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. First, to address the community members and essentially, Patty, how you framed our comments here. One, community members do not have to respect us. You absolutely do not. We haven't earned your respect. In addition, many VPC members tonight have been disrespectful to some of the community members that were speaking, unmuting themselves and attempting to speak over them. And I know that right now they're chomping at the bit because they want to unmute themselves and talk over me. Two, duty on the village planning committees, and as stated in the Phoenix general plan, is that we do address things like health and prosperity. So no, it is not just design, as you said, Chairperson Trites. It is also about displacement, as Elias had his presentation on, and we told him it wasn't enough. So I want the folks that are going to make those comments after me saying that that's not our job to remember that you asked Elias of that before. So my comments regarding this presentation, we ask developers all of these things all of the time. We beg developers to consider those most directly impacted, to consider affordability, to consider low entry, and all of these things. But we don't treat developers formally, and that is shameful, very shameful, and not at all surprising. It seems that when it hits closer to certain members' neighborhoods, then it becomes a problem. That should not be here on this committee. We're appointed for a reason, and that disparate treatment is alarming, disgusting, and needs to stop. I thank the developer for meeting with community members, with community organizations, ahead of time, in advance, before coming here, because normally we have to ask them to come back, but they were proactive. We've worked with Withy Morris before on other, developments where they did, make changes, and we were excited about those. And they come to us with a new project that reflects that, and all of a sudden we're upset at it. We need to be considering those most directly impacted. That is formerly incarcerated folks, and they are willing to do that work. Also, the health of these individuals. We need housing. This is very close to South Phoenix Healthy Start, which centers Black women and the mortality of Black and Indigenous babies, which, the mortality rate is insane compared to their white counterparts. I want to make sure that we are making these things visible and not succumbing to this NIMBY behavior. And I want to say that again, NIMBY, like that, this not in my backyard, and I'm going to request that we bring Sherry Boucher back again to go over their data, because we reference it, but we do it in a very dirty way, where we try to segment it and use it against her when she comes and she's told us what type of housing we need, and it is affordable housing. It's, we're not doing a good job here on this village planning committee. And if folks are not willing to do the work, or they're not willing to consider Black lives, you need to step down.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Cassandra?
Okay, so there's a few things throughout this whole presentation that I heard from opposition, from those supporting this project, but something that I saw, and
am super excited about was that the developer actually tried to work with the community that opposes the project, work with us in all of the suggestions that we made, everything, absolutely everything that we asked for, including those in this village that opposed the project. All of those suggestions were worked on, were analyzed, were, you know, used in the project. So why are we going back and forth in this? And then second, you know, my vote will reflect those who are renters. You know, that's going to be students, formerly incarcerated, people who, you know, families who are trying to maybe transition from a rental to purchasing a home. I think sometimes we forget that our community has a lot of need. And, you know, referencing the data that we received earlier before the meeting, and that was the number of units of affordable housing. In previous meetings, we have mentioned, or some of our village members have mentioned, that maybe we shouldn't have affordable housing here because we already have enough, that we have many affordable housing communities here, but we're not even at the top. We're just an average number of affordable housing units here. So I thank the developer for implementing everything that we had asked for working with the community. And it upsets me that we're having this discussion and that there's a lot of self-interest in this village. So I you know, definitely commend the developer for working with the community, and I hope to see that in future projects as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. Dr. Brooks?
No comment at this time.
Thank you. Greg?
Just a note for Cassandra and that report on housing. Okay, that's not a really good report on housing. Okay, that only shows housing that either is subsidized or that the city had some relationship with. So that does not illustrate at all the the amount of affordable housing in this village. Okay, I had a long discussion with Enrique about that, and I think he's probably going to move towards forming a subcommittee where we can straighten that out. That data is really skewed. It doesn't really illustrate the kind of thing that we're trying to get to. So just so you know, that's the case. I hope that doesn't eat into my time. But the second thing is, this is not an affordable housing project. This is a mile away from affordable housing project. And I think the people that are talking about the formerly incarcerated, that kind of stuff, most of the housing throughout all of the South Side that I know of, or all the housing that's handled by realtors, and we have several realtors and former realtors on this committee, has always been open to the formerly incarcerated. That's like, I don't know where they get that. Okay, I sold between the 80s and 90s about 900 homes in the South Side, and the idea that people were formerly incarcerated never came up as an issue. Might have come up as a loan issue, but usually we could fight that. So I think that's a whole historical misrepresentation of what goes on. I would like to go further. Claudia Hammonds was really, gave us a pretty good breakdown of that. This has always been a community that's been multicultural. It's always respected the different cultures. And I don't know where all this other thing is coming from. It looks like it's coming from people that don't live here, that want to have a cause, and I respect that. But I don't think they actually understand the history of the South Side. In fact, one speaker didn't know where the South Side was. They were talking about the railroad track and what was one side or the other. So I think it would be good for this committee to kind of get into that history a little deeper, with total respect for all the people that are involved. I don't want to call people racist. I want to apologize to Jason if I was inferring that he was a liar. I don't think that's the case. I think he's a wizard of misdirection and misinformation, and I totally respect that. That's his job, and he does that well. As to the project itself specifically and its relationship to the community, the point that was being made about it being a cancer and that kind of stuff had nothing to do with the people that are living there. This community would support the C2 going to apartments. So, you know, that, and we actually, when it was going to go for, when it was going to go to commercial, this community almost supported that. It was Marsha Bushing at the meeting that sided with the community and said, you've got several buildings that are too big. And then it disappeared. Okay, the only thing I want to say is the objection that we have primarily that has to do with the entire village, including the TOD areas and all kinds of other areas, is the idea that we're not following process. Okay, we're not doing the process where we're relating to the community.
Okay, gotta catch you on the next round. Gotta catch you on the next round. Thank you. Marcia?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I want to make 2 points. One is that the location of a project is a big deal. And while we all agree that Phoenix needs additional housing, I think we also all agree that every single project in Phoenix shouldn't be high-rise housing on a small piece of land to put in the most housing in the smallest amount of space. There has to be a balance, and there has to be variety. And we have a project that's going to be coming to us in the next few months that's almost virtually the same size of this, virtually the same kind of density. And I would expect that almost all of the community members that are opposed to this project will be in support of that project, even though it's only 1.5 miles from this project. There's a place for everything. And in this case, the community is saying this is just not the place for this specific project. The other thing I want to say is, and it was pointed out, but it needs repeating, is that this committee and the city has no ability to do the stipulations that Jason so willingly said that he would include. There is nothing going forward, if this project goes forward and gets built, that will cause anybody to have to give any favoritism to low income, formerly incarcerated, or anybody like that. And to think that that's not the case, that they will have to, is just being deceived. And you shouldn't allow yourself to be deceived like that. You should get informed and understand what's going on and understand that neither the city nor this committee can enforce such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Lee? Lee?
Yeah, let me get unmuted here. I want to say that Marcia hit the nail on the head, and I agree with her 100% on that. And all I heard was there were going to be 3 units set aside for first responders, teachers in the area. I never heard him say that they were going to set any units aside for ex-offenders or anything else. You know, this is not a halfway house project. It is a development, and so, you know, like you say, everybody has a need for it, but not in my backyard. So I don't know. Right now, I was for it until people came out in support of it, and it sounded like they were all reading from a script, and that kind of took me back with that, because if it's all scripted, then they're not sincere. So anyway, I think we need to stick to what we're here for, and that is to stay out of the politics of it. But I do appreciate everybody schooling me on what it is to be Black in America. I've been that way all my life, but now I know what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Amelia?
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Amelia. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just speak clearly and loudly.
Okay. Yes, I'm Amelia, and I am a doula coordinator for the South Phoenix Healthy Start. I'm very new to the community VPC, but it's very interesting to hear all of this development. I want to thank the developers for taking their time to meet with the community. And if this development is what it says it's going to be, in my eyes, I think it's really good because I do work with the women at Estrella Jail. I help provide birthing services to them. And in my occupation, have had to bury 6 babies already in our community because of things like incarceration and mental health and poverty. So I think it's a great thing to have open conversations about it. I would love to see more programs like this come about. And if this is just the first step of it, then I mean, we're going in the right direction. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean?
Oh, thank you. I'm really betwixt between here. I think Shelley did a nail on the head reading from a script.
That was Lee. That was Lee.
Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. But I kept hearing the same thing over and over again. And even to the point when they started insulting, overly criticizing our chair, it turned me away from them. I have been had racism pounded into me from the time I was barely able to talk. And I consider myself still recovering from it. But I hope I've gotten away enough of that and I can hear. That's enough.
Thank you, Jean. Martin?
Comment.
Jean, did you have anything else?
That was it.
Okay. Martin?
No comment.
Okay. Joe?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think I do appreciate everyone that had a chance to come out and speak. I think these are important conversations, and unfortunately, our development process doesn't make any room for us to dig into the crises that we have in front of us. And I recognize that folks are operating off of literally a loss of life. And we have so much data that has said that to this entire county, that is what's happening, and it's happening on racial lines. And I do find it unfortunate, right, that we don't have any kind of structured way to talk about how every housing development needs to be figuring out how to house our most vulnerable populations. And I think that's part of what I understood was an evolving conversation amongst our board as well, is that not every development was going to come to the table and say we're going to do affordable housing, and that we needed to hold a line to continue to push them towards that. Right? Most development projects, especially around housing, are market rate, and usually don't even speak to any kind of stipulations around formerly incarcerated. And again, our city and our development process doesn't have any kind of structured way to encourage that. And so many people are trying to have this conversation, and we have no structured way to actually do that. And it's a problem. And I think that is part of the frustration that we continue to see, is we know there's a crisis, we see all of the data points, and there is no structured way for us to in any way get into that conversation regularly, even though it needs to be a daily conversation, because we're talking about people's lives. What I want to bring to this project in terms of a question is for the development team. I know there was a question about not being able to add the stipulations, but my question to you, I think, Jason, if we were to have those stipulations, you would be in support of having them, and if we can go to the ones that were specifically about those formerly incarcerated, would you be willing to make sure that if the city was willing to take them as stipulations, would you support that and have that on there and say, even if that isn't your purview, because that's the problem, is that the city doesn't have this in their purview and it needs to be, and we need to have a way to talk about it. Would you have those as part of the stipulations and support that being visible and clear?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Barrios, let me be very clear. I appreciate you asking that question. Whether the city can enforce the stipulation or not, I am offering two things. First, I would be a proponent of adding these as stipulations so they are part of the public record. But more importantly, it was always our intent to agree to these in a private agreement outside of the zoning case to ensure that you had something enforceable. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think this is part of the reason, I just wanted to make that visible. These are the types of conversations and incremental steps that are, even this is not moving fast enough. And if you're not working on these fronts, I understand that maybe there's a lot of learning to be done, but for folks that are directly impacted in South Phoenix, who have been impacted by incarceration on a racial line, Black people who have been directly impacted by incarceration in South Phoenix are saying we need to have this conversation every time there is a housing development. And so thank you, but this is why I'll be supporting this project.
Thank you. Trent?
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. As many of you know, I have been involved in this proposal since July. I have studied this proposal and educated my fellow neighbors on what I have learned. I've advocated against this matter before the board today, and I have publicly stated that I would not support this matter. I was appointed to the village by Sal DeCiccio because my involvement in this proposal. Section 2D4G of the Ethics Handbook state I have no conflict of interest, and so I will be voting. The main concerns of the neighbors are density transition, and the precedent to the general plan. That's it. The disregard for and destruction of the general plan was the only thing compared to cancer. Land use and design is what the village is charged to protect first and foremost. The applicant has introduced an artificial polemic and misrepresented the opposition to galvanize and distract rather than working with the neighbors that oppose the project. There is a documented catalog of interactions between the neighbor and the applicant. The pro-development neighbors have shown a willingness to move on their density position to creatively entertain further densification relative to how the land is legally hard zoned. The applicant is asking actually for 1,800% increase relative to the current legal hard zoning. And that's 10 units for the entire 17 acres. The applicant's asking for 193. Math is a tough thing. It is 1,830% increase. Stipulations on the C2 North parcel preclude residential on those 7 acres. Per stipulation number 11, that cannot be changed unless brought before the village. It's important to note that the neighbors have offered to consider high density on the north parcel, and the south parcel would densify relative to the hard zoning as well. It's also important to note that opposition is shared across racial and ethnic lines, as Barakat mentioned. 1 or 2 people were asked to represent the diverse constituency in opposition. However, the applicant has been intractable on land use and design, specifically on density. On February 4th, 2021, many discrepancies with the submitted signatures were provided to the city. The details are in the case file, including 1 purported forgery and findings of misrepresentation amongst other discrepancies. If the applicant is willing to submit irregularities to the city and the community regarding submitted signatures, they're willing to basically say anything to get this project improved, including what cannot be enforced about formerly incarcerated people. As a bishop with stewardship over a community of congregants between Central and 40th Street and the river of the mountain, I have personally helped formerly incarcerated individuals get back on their feet. I agree they deserve a second chance. The project does not guarantee they will be helped because the promised items are not enforceable. Many in opposition have very well been deceived by the very demographic they passionately, in some cases, rightfully resent. What is known is that the comparable single-family rentals range from $1,300 for a 1-bedroom, $1,600 for a 2-bedroom, $1,900 for a 3-bedroom, starting rent rates. These are at least 20% higher than the average rental rates within a 2-mile radius. Students and formerly incarcerated people cannot afford this, even if they can get in. This project will have a disproportionate effect. The best description I've heard yet about this proposal is embodied by the phrase used by a broker who actually regularly lends to this product type. He called this is predatory development. Therefore, I cannot support this proposal.
Thank you, Trent. Tawana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start off. Sorry, I want to start off just by saying, first and foremost, and I turn my video back on and make sure you can see me for those that are on video. I'm a Black woman, and I've been a Black woman my whole life. I was single and raised 2 kids for 20 years. So I know what the quote unquote struggle is like. I know what that is. I know what it entails. I'm also a resident in South Phoenix. I'm a property owner. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear first and foremost. As Marcia and Lee stated, and I purposely asked the question because I wanted clarity on it, because so many people are frustrated and upset about the atrocities that are occurring in the Black community. I get it, and with the incarcerated. However, with this particular project, he clarified for me when I asked the question that there are 3 units total, not 30, okay? Not 60, not 50, not half of the units that they're proposing in this project are going towards formerly incarcerated, South Mountain teachers, single parents, medical frontline workers. Only 3 at all times, he said. 3 units at all times. So for those of you that had all your comments regarding, how we're overlooking the Black community and those that need this, Trent just made an excellent point. They wouldn't be able to afford this anyways. This isn't an affordable housing project. That's not what they're proposing. There's multiple other projects in South Phoenix that have been proposed. There's another one right down the street on 36 that's proposed by the same law firm that Jason represents. There's another right here off 24th Street and Broadway. Goldwater is proposing that. There's another off 16th Street and Baseline. And I'm sure there'll be others. But the point I'm making is we're getting housing in this area. They can't all be in South Phoenix. These people have provided, because I've read the opposition and those that support everything that's come in. And at the end of the day, with reading all this, this is what the conclusion I came to. The only people that benefit from this project are the landowners and the developer. I don't see how it benefits this particular community at all. And the fact that I guess I'm just amazed that we have so many people on committee tonight to vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tawana. Fatima?
Hi, I just had a quick question before I say what I want to say.
Yes, go ahead.
I was wondering if we could actually hear from the council person, seeing as this is a long case, and after hearing from the developers, and since he appointed most of these people, I'd like to hear from him if we can before we vote.
The councilman's not on any longer?
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I noticed the obvious bias towards the opposition. Staff has approved this project and it follows the Phoenix General Plan in wanting to see progress in decreased cost of living and improving the community health as one way by providing affordable and accessible housing. The developer has committed to work on this project with local orgs that are led by Black and directly impacted people. We've seen other projects that had similar proposals after community engagement, and you were all in support of it. You loved it. What changed? And to the people saying they are no longer going to be for this project, were you ever in support of this project, or is that just an excuse? I want to ask the committee, what kind of neighbors do we want to be? What does it mean to be in the community around you? What does community care look like? That includes those that are formerly incarcerated, those that are undocumented, and those that are unsheltered. Every development should think about how it's contributing to community health. And yes, this committee is here to talk about discrimination. It is the reason I'm here. I've been on this committee for a year, and it is so clear to me how many of my fellow committee members value making a profit over protecting people and basic humanity. We know who you are, and it is disgusting. I'd also like to say that it was not respectful to cut off public comments and to tone police people. When Greg, on multiple occasions, and not only today, has interrupted and rose his voice and always gets away with it time and time again. Everyone's bias is showing.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Thank you, Fatima. Kay? Kay, are you still on? Kay, we can't hear you. You're still on. Kay?
Am I unmuted now?
Yep, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're tasked with land use, and when it comes to zoning, our question is this appropriate place for it? Or is someplace else? I don't know if the committee's well aware of the zoning, all the multiple family zoning that's north of Southern Avenue. We have one to the northeast corner of Southern and 32nd Street. You have 13 acres of R5 zoning, which would allow this unit to go. We have some other land in there that also is zoned multifamily and C2. Plenty of places to put it. When you talk about transition zoning, I think they should take their C2 and eliminate the stipulations and build a multifamily and maybe build 3 units to the acre on the rest of the property there. It's not about races, it's about proper land use and looking around and see how much land do we have zoned multifamily? And is this a proper place for it? And I don't think it is.
Thank you, Kay. Mariel?
You're welcome.
Mariel?
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay. I've been sitting here listening to them talk about giving incarcerated people a place to stay, a multifamily for families, for the homeless, which is something that we have been trying to implement into some of these homes. And I would like to see that. But what I'm going to say is I'm going to vote for this, but I'm going to be on P's and Q's with this young man. I'm going to find out, and I will be keeping up with them if they are letting the incarcerated come in there. I don't want them coming in saying, oh, I didn't have a place for them, which is normally what happened because most people do not want incarcerated people to live in their community. And that's what's been a bad thing since we've been living in these areas. But I'm saying that I'm looking forward to maybe voting on this, but I'm going to be sort of, like I say, I'm going to be keeping an eye out because a lot of times we come up with these saying that we will do this and later on down the line, they're not implemented into it.
Thank you, Mariel.
Okay.
Shelley?
Yes, I've heard some wonderful comments and I've heard some sideways comments. But one of the things I look at as a pastor, I deal with many people, many situations, whether they're homeless, just getting out of jail, trying to rent. Most rentals throughout the city of Phoenix have a crime-free little adjective added with them. And most people that have been incarcerated, that are on probation or whatever, they have to stay away from other criminals. And I hear all of this about those that are in the Bartlett Hurt neighborhood are so prejudiced and this and that. Now I want to go there. Here, I know nobody don't want to hear this, but in South Phoenix, we have such a diverse community, and the community is only getting more diverse because we have people moving from out of state that may be renting all these units. It's not about those that are living right here now. Most of the people that are living here got a place to stay. You know, we have, you know, kids that are growing up, they're going to rent. But, you know, even my kids, they don't want to live in South Phoenix because of all the stigma. And one of the things that, as the time that I've spent on this committee, I've continued to see the planning department have their reports to approve projects that don't fit, and then they come back and unapprove them because of this committee or whatever. They're finding a difference of, you know, they reevaluate things. So just because the lawyer said there's a 29-page report or whatever he said, doesn't mean it fits this community. I appreciate Marcia Bushing's comment and Lee Coleman's comment, because we as a community, I've lived here in Phoenix all my life and here in South Phoenix for around 50 years. And I've seen adverse changes, and I've seen people come and I've seen them go. But what I do know, the people that are here that invested in their properties, they do have a say. It's hard to collect signatures from folks that's rentals and get them to come to meetings because they have nothing invested in the community. And I don't want to sound like I'm against, you know, other folks. As a Black man, pastor in the community, live here right down from where I pastor. I'm right here in the community, and I have voted for a lot of things that I've seen go wrong, but I appreciate it, and I will be voting on this project.
Thank you, Shelley. Jennifer?
Thank you. So kind of have the privilege again of going here to tie up a couple of the comments that have happened. First, I want to go to the Village Planning Handbook, and right in the first couple pages, it says the Village Planning Committee provides guidance on a wide range of city and local issues. The very first bullet it challenges us to do in the Planning Handbook is housing and employment opportunities. So not zoning, not paint colors, not setbacks, housing and employment opportunities, which we have the privilege of potentially approving here tonight. The next thing is, you know, while the city can't play urban planning police, and nor would we want them to, when we've had other developers, like Fatima pointed out, bring these stipulations, we've been all for it. And the developers have held up their end of the bargain, not because they're trying to check a box with the city who can enforce it, but because they're accountable to the community and they know that they're going to come back here. We have the same law firms, the same developers, the same folks who want to come and build in South Phoenix and understand what we need in order to approve a project. So even though these can't, you know, maybe technically be, again, enforced by the urban planning department, we've had similar stipulations. We passed lots of projects, especially in the last half of last year, where they've done incredible things for the community, you know, community gardens, stipulations for formerly incarcerated folks, you know, which brings me to my next point. So because this project had to go lower density than it was originally planned for, 3 units is what they allotted for 50% rent. But what the next 2 bullet points on that prosperity slide tell us is the next thing is that they're waiving application fees for those that live or work in South Phoenix. So we've heard a lot tonight that people cannot come back here. We're the 4th most incarcerated zip code in the entire country where this is being developed. And then that final bullet on there, so the ownership or management company will offer alternatives to traditional background checks for potential renters. So this is really, you know, and I speak from this as a social worker, this is the game changer for formerly incarcerated people. Traditional background checks do not allow those folks to be able to live and rent and play and work in their communities. But by offering alternatives to those background checks, that is what allows more formerly incarcerated people into this community and into this development. And to all the comments we've heard tonight about all the barriers for those folks, for a developer to step up and offer the units, the application fees, and the alternatives to traditional background checks that would essentially redline them out of this neighborhood is above and beyond what we expect from other developers or from any of the projects that we've passed, for the $1 million homes.
Thank you, Jennifer. Emma?
It has been, for this to be my first meeting, it has been quite an interesting meeting. I do agree with Lee, Marsha, and many others that in the sense that mentioning 3 units out of, I think it's over 300 that will be created. And even though it is a step, it's really, there is a lot of emphasis on those 3 units versus what else can be done. And the information that I listen from the individuals that are pro this project is very much misleading based on those 3 units. So I personally would like to hear from individuals in the neighborhood, because they will be the ones that will be the most affected by this project. And when we talk about affordable housing, can someone again tell me what is the price that these units will be leased? Because I work with families every single day that we need to find funding for them to pay rent. So I understand the struggles of the affordable housing. These units don't seem to have that reflection of the affordable. So if someone can give me information of what is the cost of these units.
I think Enrique, do you have the cost of the units? But it's not affordable housing. You're correct.
Madam Chair, if
yes.
The applicant can provide with additional information regarding their, their rents, for example.
Jason, what are the rents on these units?
Hi, this is Hannah Bleem. Jason stepped out for 1 second, but I can provide that information. So it's not affordable housing, by the federal standards. It will be based on, the market of the area.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. Welcome to your first meeting.
We looked at a comparable off of 16th and Baseline. It's also single family rental. Would that be helpful? It was 1,300 starting at proximity at Baseline, starting at 1,300 for a 1-bedroom, starting at 1,600 for a 2-bedroom, starting at 1,900 for a 3-bedroom. The median for a 2-bedroom within a 2-mile radius is around the 1,300 range. So it's about a 20% increase over median.
Yeah, right now, especially with everything that has happened during this last year and the loss of revenue, the loss of income of the families, every single day, and I'm not kidding, every single day we encounter families that to the verge of eviction because they are unable to pay their basic needs. and to put additional high rent housing in the area is just moving those families, moving them away from the specific area, which is just what happened south of the airport in South Phoenix. That so anyway.
Thank you, Emma. That's good. That's a good input. Thank you. The next one is Tamala.
First, I would like.
You got to speak closer to Tamala. We can barely hear you. You got to speak closer to. Okay.
So first, I'd like to say that, you know, I was born and raised in South Phoenix. My family is part of the original Okemo resident homeowners, and I'm also a homeowner in South Phoenix, as well as several of my family members. So I am pretty much someone who really supports affordable housing and pushes for it as a resident and also as a realtor. And I also push for different housing forms because I believe we should have luxury apartments, luxury condos, townhouses that are affordable, and throughout the whole South Phoenix. But I'm also a proponent of the fact that we're here on a zoning case. And as a previous residential regional manager for apartments, the only way that you can say that you're going to accept felons is if you have a policy of not including the crime-free housing addendum. You also can't just blatantly decide you're going to choose some people not to charge an application fee, change the actual qualifying standards depending on the applicant, because that is a fair housing violation. So even though I love this actual design project, I just don't believe that it's at the right location. And I would love to see this project in some other location here in South Phoenix, including this between the 7s and the 7s.
Thank you, Tamala. Just for the record, I'll state it so you guys all know. I'm an immigrant. I'm first generation. I was not born in this country. I'm a naturalized citizen. I am a resident of South Phoenix, and I am a property owner. I do love everyone's passion, and I support many of your causes in various ways over the years. I don't put my name to it, but I support the causes. I'm not looking for accolades. I'm just saying it because somebody asked. But these are very important conversations. Some of them need a different forum to take place. But I will echo what Marcia said and what Tamala and Lee have said. I'm not a real estate person, but when a real estate person says, you know, you've got a crime-free housing addendum that you have to do, and you can't charge one guy for a glass of water and give the other guy free, the Fair Housing Act, and the violations there too. Do not be deceived by a very good lawyer. I like the project that we did on 16th and Baseline. It was affordable housing. This is not affordable housing. There is a way. I tried to orchestrate meetings with the homeowners next door. For the renters that are listening, getting a good place to live is very important. Security is very important. When you have the opportunity and when your family has the opportunity to buy a home and to build some equity, you want other people to have that same benefit, and you want to go forward on that. So it does matter when you're a property owner. So talking to the people that own in that area matters. And finding a common reason. I think this is a good project. I think it's a different location. I drove it today. There's different locations all over that area that can be placed that don't require us to rezone it. And that's all I have to say. Does anyone else have any more comments? Do we need to go around the room again, or do we want to? Does anybody want to raise their hand for a motion? Oh, I see Matt. Do you have a hand up, Matt?
I have a hand up. Yes.
Go ahead.
So I just want to clear up some of the misrepresentations of the comments that some folks made earlier. One was Clottie Hammonds, whose name is not hard to pronounce. It's spelled phonetically. Clottie is a historian and probably knows more about South Phoenix than any of us. She was not speaking about South Phoenix as a diverse utopia. She was referencing segregation and all of the awful things that were done that created South Phoenix. So to use her words is extremely anti-Black, Greg Brownell, against her and against the folks that are calling out anti-Blackness. This is disgusting and it's terrible. I'm going to start naming names because a lot of people spoke out against the community members. Jean, you were asleep. How did you hear all these things? And if we're going to talk about hearing the same thing over and over again, how about all of the emails that Trent had community members forward to us? I do call into question Trent's involvement and placement here on the VPC. I think it's dirty. It's coming from Sal DeCiccio. That in itself is a red flag. But the fact that we're talking about how supporters sound too similar, that there may have been a script, you sent us all those emails. We got them. I read every single one, and it was the same thing over and over again. So I definitely want to highlight the alarming treatment that we have provided to the opposition. This is not something that we have done before. I think that there is, honestly, I think it's corruption. I think some folks on the VPC can't sell these homes. They can't put luxury homes there if people are renting them, so they're upset. Some people don't want poor people in their neighborhoods. They don't want them near the farm. We talk about the rent in South Phoenix, and none of you are renters. You don't know. I just recently had to move because my landlord died. And do you know how many rental homes were available in South Phoenix that are under $2,000? About 4. I found one. It's a 2-bedroom, and it cost me $1,700 a month. So if I can get a 2-bedroom, a little house at the sanctuary right by the farm where I can go have brunch with Greg Brownell for $1,400, that would save me money. But it doesn't exist. And the fact of the matter is, we talk about all these other pockets where we could have affordable housing or where there is affordable housing, like 19th Ave and Southern, where, we loved what they were doing, like 16th Street with Withy Morris, where we were talking about all of these things and we loved them at that time, but now we don't. But the fact of the matter is that we don't have enough. And that's why I really think that we need to revisit Sherry Boucher's report, because that's what she has told us time and time again. But we have our own special interests. We have our own axes to grind, and we misuse that information. We misrepresent. And it is way past due that we stop this. I honestly think, Greg, you need to step down. You've been on this for too long. I know that you only have 1 year left on your term, but that is 1 year too many.
Matt, please.
Hold on, just 1 second. I'll wrap it up. I'm not gonna, please don't tell me to be respectful. I don't respect Greg Brownell, so I'm not going to. Also, I'm not disrespecting him right now. I'm saying that it is illogical, it is immoral, it is unethical that Trent Marchuk is on the VPC. And I really think that we need to evaluate ourselves as a committee and how we operate. And I noticed that, Tamala, you are only checking the time of people like me and people like Fatima and people like Joe. So
excuse me, you
I'm
actually
done.
went on for 4 minutes and 18 seconds. So I am only calling out the time, and I let it continue when I see that it's way past the 2 minutes. And I've called it on everyone.
She did. So, Matt, thank you. Passion. Tawana, you had your hand up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to speak to that because I'm frustrated right now because of the how this is proceeding, because first and foremost, everyone deserves respect all across the board, whether you think they deserve respect or not. It doesn't matter whether you respect a person or not. Just as a human being, we should be extending each other just mutual respect. But I want to say this. I attended some of the meetings that the councilman facilitated with the applicant and with the community. And in those meetings where the applicant, where you all are saying, thank you for working with the community on this, they were not. There was the appearance of working with the community, but that is absolutely not what was taking place. That's not what transpired at all. I can say that firsthand because I attended meetings outside of the VPC meetings. Also, I find it, since we're calling people out, why is it that all of a sudden this case matters so much, to the point I've seen people want to drop off the call and not participate in votes. This is a coup. I digress.
Please, let's try to keep the comments to this case on 40th and Southern, because we've got people on the line. We've got to do the village's business. Thank you, Tawana. And Trent, I'll let you speak, and you're the last one with a hand up, and it's got to be pertaining to 40th and Southern.
I'll just say thank you, Ms. Trites. It does pertain in that the allegations are serious and potentially could compromise the village's the outcome of tonight's vote. I'll just say I respect everyone on this call. I did not ask to be appointed. I did not have an application in, but I was approached and asked, specifically because of my involvement in the community prior to moving to South Phoenix and my involvement in the community within South Phoenix. And I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to look to my my motion sidekick, because she always does it so well. Marcia, do you want to do you have a, do we want to take a vote on this? I need some guidance here.
Yeah, it's now 10:30. I realize that it's long and that we could probably talk about this all night. And I do appreciate the fact that the councilman did have 2 community meetings. I attended both of them, and I was struck by the fact that the community actually tried to put out a variety of compromises to the developer, and the developer did not come back with a single movement at all in any of those meetings. And so as a result, as well as the comments that I made before, I'm going to move that we deny GPA-SM-1-20-8, and then we'll have to have a separate vote on the other case after this one.
I second that.
Okay. Roll call, please, Enrique. I have to step away. Nature calls, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In order to proceed with the roll call, as mentioned, let's see here, agenda item number 9, GPA-SM 120-8. We have a motion and a second to deny this request. To start off the motion, Matthew Aguilar.
So just to clarify the motion is, a yes would be to deny, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes to deny and no to not deny.
Okay, so no.
Cassandra Alvarez.
I vote no.
George Brooks.
No.
Greg Brunel.
Yes.
Marshall Bushman.
Yes.
Lee Coleman. Lee Coleman.
Yes.
Thank you. Amelia Garcia,
No.
Jean Holmerud,
Yes.
Martin Jaime Monje Kotaki, Second, don't have Martin here on the line. Next, we have Joseph Blatt.
No.
Thank you. Trent Marchuk,
Yes.
Tuana Ray,
Yes. Yes.
Fatima Said. Thank you.
No.
Kay Shepard, Kay Shepard, I believe Kay is presently muted. We will return to Kay. Mariel Smith, Mariel Smith,
There's Kay.
I'm here.
Did you hear me?
I can hear you now. I was finally got unmuted.
Did you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Once again, Kay Shepard, we have a motion to deny this request, GPA SM 120.
The motion is to deny. I vote to deny it. Yes.
Thank you. Next, Mariel Smith,
No. No. Can you hear me?
yes. Thank you very much.
No.
Next, we have Mr. Shelley Smith,
Yes.
Jennifer Tun,
No.
Emma Vieira,
Yes.
Pamela Daniels, Vice Chair Tamala Daniels.
Yes.
Thank you. And we have Patty Trice.
Yes is to, what's the motion again?
Yes, the motion will be to deny. That will be a yes.
Okay, yes, yes.
Thank you. So it looks like we don't have Martin Ayame Monje Kotaki. Just gonna double check here once again. Not seeing him here to proceed with the count. We have 11 votes yes to deny. And we have 8 votes no to not deny this request.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we deny Z-35-20-8.
Need a second?
Okay, my friends, it was 6 p.m. when we got on. It's now 10:40. That was kind of a lot. Thank you so very much for staying here with us. If you can please put in the chat a couple words about how you're doing as we close out together. And if we can put up some hearts and confetti and claps for our VPC members, for all of you for being here, please show some love and support. We cannot thank you enough. We didn't get the vote that we hoped for, but you better believe you all certainly moved that planning committee, which is obviously completely toxic, which is obviously why we are pushing Carlos to make appointments that will serve the community. We cannot thank you enough for staying here for 4 hours and 40 minutes, if I can count. You're amazing. And I know a lot of you are going to be on with us tomorrow at 9 a.m. for City Council Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee. So I hope you can like take a dang shower and wash the toxicity off of your beautiful being and then wake up bright and early with us. Let's have coffee together.